Welcome everyone to the 2021 FIDE World Blitz Chess Championships in Warsaw, Poland. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Buck, and it's my pleasure to be joined here by James Canty. But first things first, James, the day started off with some very sad news. Unfortunately, Hikaru tested positive for COVID and he will not be able to finish a tournament. What do you have to say, James?
Well, number one, let's get some hearts in the chat and positive energy. We know Hikaru was strong and something as small as COVID. We are going to say small because that's nothing that's going to take our boy out or anything like it. It's nothing. He feels great. He's going to feel better, right? So that's first things first. Secondly, hopefully everybody gets well and better and they figure this thing out, guys, because it's pretty tough postponing and all the jitters and stuff. Everybody's like, what's going on, right, Bob?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, so we hope Hikaru is feeling fine. Apart from yeah, that is nothing too bad. But yeah, it is a very unfortunate situation for the whole tournament. He might be joining us later for commentary, so we will see. We will see about that. But yeah, we will cover the games anyway of the event. And yeah, we have Levon Aronian once again leading with a score of 10 out of 12, and right behind him is Amin Bassem. So that will be the main game we will be looking an eye out. And yeah, and we'll see whether we will be provided with live footage.
Games are off, by the way, and we have Basim Amin and Levon going at it so far.
Yeah,
Let me see
but
if
the
I
game
can
has
see if
started.
Magnus
I
made.
don't.
Magnus did. I don't see any moves on Magnus's board yet, but a men's game has moves already. Funny, it's not in live,
Uh-huh.
strange, but it is on events.
Right. It is on events. Let's see.
Thanks, Red. I see you in the chat. I see y'all chat. Hope y'all doing well, chat. Stay safe out there.
Let's have a quick look. Right. So the game between. Yeah. So it seems like Dubov is just gonna get a free point. Let's pull the game here between Levon and Amin Bassam.
And Maxulu and Magnus are off as well. But I am not seeing that game updating. For some reason, Live does not want to update the games there. It looks like, oh, there it is. They're off.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. So we see
But
a Italian here by Amin Bassam and Levon playing with d5 in the center. Now a common trap here, white did not take on e5 because if he takes the pawn, then there's always tactics with bishop takes f2, king takes f2,
yes,
and queen f6, hitting the rook and the king. Anyway, so this is the position we have on the board.
92, maybe rook a to d8. 94, queen e7. Maybe an h6 because that g5 business is annoying. Yeah, there it is. h6 on the board by the ball.
Yeah. So queen f6 right now by Levon, bringing out the queen. Yeah, and we see Amin playing quite fast. He still has just under 3 minutes. Levon already down to 2. So that is a good sign for the Egyptian Grandmaster. And yeah, I'm quite curious to see how this one is gonna proceed. H6 by Levon indeed makes a lot of sense. Maybe just 94 for white. We see, yeah, once again, Dubov got a free point because unfortunately Hikaru tested positive. He's just walking around, but yeah, I don't know. It's a very weird situation. So, but of course, yeah, calling the whole tournament off is also a very drastic solution. But yeah, it feels of course weird that the tournament is proceeding without one of the best players.
Yeah, definitely a weird situation there. Definitely weird, guys. I mean, there's nothing else you can say about that. We just wish that he gets best spirits, and he's in good health and good spirits, obviously, because we gotta, be with our boy here, man. But that's tough that he had to be out because of something like COVID. It's annoying, it really is.
Yeah, very, very tough situation. But yeah, knight c4 on the board by Amin. I like what he's doing. He's increasing the pressure here. And yeah, what do you think? What do you think Levant should do here? Like, how
Let me
should he deal with
flip.
the attack on the pawn on
Let me
e5?
flip. Actually, what was that? Did he just take it? Let me refresh. Is that on the board? Oh,
Rook
he did. He
f8. Yeah,
snapped
why
that goal.
can he just take on e5 with the c9 and then the rook?
He just said, "Give me those." So, is there any tactics? If I take on e5, rook takes. His bishop takes. Well, bishop takes h3 is too much. He takes on c3. Whoa, Bob. Whoa. Oh, he's gonna take on b3 in there. Tactics everywhere.
Oh, but wait.
Take on
Rook
b3
takes.
first.
Oh, he took on c. Like after knight takes c5, he took on c3.
Yeah.
But
And you
pawn
hit
takes.
b3, then hit d4. I
Huh.
mean e5.
Yeah, no, that seems to be
So
working
that's the
probably.
sheesh. LeBron always. I mean LeBron. Excuse me, LeBron Aronian
Oh,
finds
LeBron
these
already.
things
Yeah.
all the time. Knight takes
Yeah.
c3. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And knight takes c5.
Didn't see that move coming at all. So
Bishop b3.
let's see. White should take. Then black takes on b3 and on e5. So it seems to be working out for Levant, and maybe he can take over the initiative here because after knight takes c5, f2 will also be. He's pressuring that point as well in the position. So let's see how this one is gonna turn out.
Yeah, and there it is. Bishop takes b3, and he got a nice position already here. Nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a better structure. So pawn takes is probably, I mean, that's a weird way to capture. That's very weird, but at least it keeps the structure intact. Because queen takes, I mean, black just has a better structure, which
Indeed,
is absolutely a slight advantage, especially even after knight takes e5. How do you even respond to that? When knight takes f3, is that just, bro, that's like, it's almost GG almost, right? Queen takes b3, knight takes e5.
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, I think you do have to take with the pawn to keep the queen closer to the defense of the king side.
It feels like black is just completely winning right now.
Oh wait, wait? My last move on the board is bishop takes b3. Oh wait, okay,
mine is I'm on live bishop e3 on 16.
Well, let's see. Okay, so you play bishop e3 now. My board is not updating. Let's try to pull it up here.
Let's try live. Yeah, sir, it's LeBron Aronian. That's how he's playing right now. I mean, really playing like LeBron Aronian here. 10 points, clear lead. This game looking nice. He is definitely going off.
Yeah, for sure.
Queen b4, what a move. Keeping rook e1 still on the board. Rook takes c7 isn't working. He's working on it right now, chat. He knows, chat. I promise you. Promise you that. Yeah, okay. Let me see if anything happens here. Wow.
Yeah, and once again, it's looking good for Aronian. He
also forget how much time they have too, bro. Like this is a 3-minute game. They down in seconds.
Yeah, I mean not a lot of time on the clock.
Yep.
As we can see, Levant still, almost half a minute. And yeah, that's I've seen Levant play, and he always tries to keep the pressure on his opponent. I think this one is gone for Amin. I mean, takes an f2, and the queen side should just be dropping off, I'd assume. Although I don't see an immediate way for Levant to capture those pawns.
He plays rook f5.
Yeah.
b4.
b5. Yeah, I think Levant's going to win this game. I think one of the pawns is dropping off. If you go rook e3, there will be rook d4, so rook f4. But just Levant moves the king up.
That should be a wrap. That should be a wrap. Oh, okay, we got moves.
Okay, he plays h4, but it feels like that should not be enough. Maybe maneuver the king over to f5, so you defend the king side, and then you can go pawn grabbing on the queen side.
Plays on both sides of the boards. a5. Captures. We capture those. Maybe play h5.
Yeah.
He does. b5 should be played next.
But indeed, the game is not over just yet. b5. But okay, here comes the king though, and the b pawn should win the game, because you can move your rook, let's say to d5, from where it defends everything, and then you just move up your king and your pawns, and this should be a pretty elementary win for someone of Levon's caliber. Yeah, I mean, it's just a dub. Yeah, so I know that Levon, I think Levon became World Blitz Champion in, I believe it was 2010.
Wow,
So
that was 11 years ago.
Yeah,
about to be 12, basically. Shoot, New Year's like 2 days, Josh. Happy New Year's, by the way. Chat.
Well, they always hold this tournament at the end of the year. Yeah. Right. So I think it was 11 years ago.
11 years ago, right? That's crazy though. That's nuts. That 11 years ago. Wow. So he's actually really been working on his game here. Think about that.
Yeah. No, for sure.
11 years ago. Sheesh.
Yeah, and it really just shows how long of a career he's had already. Rook d5 on the board, and Levon wins his game.
He's been a beast forever.
He's on fire. He moves to 11 out of 13. Huge score. He just keeps going.
LeBron.
LeBron of Aronian.
11 points.
Let's keep looking around and let's see what happened on the other games. So let's see how El Magneto did. Magnus won against Parham. Okay, so Magnus moves to 9.5 out of 13. He's still 1.5 points behind Levon, but since they have not played yet, Magnus does have the chance to catch up with him in the standings. But I think if they will play, Magnus kind of has to win that game. Otherwise, to try to close that gap.
And that standing, that's 9.5. It looks like. Does that move him to 9.5, or does he have 10?
No, Magnus is at 9.5. He was on the same score as Hikaru.
Okay, 9.5, and Aronian with 11. Elisenko where are these guys coming from? And Kirill has 10.
Yeah.
Where did he even come from? Kirill. Elisenko with 10 points.
Alexenko? Oh.
Second place.
Didn't know he had such a high score, to be honest.
Exactly, right?
All right, so were you looking in live or in events?
I'm in events, and I'm looking at standings.
Yeah. All right, let's have a quick look. Let's go here. All right, so
11.
Let's see what happened in all the games. So we see that Magnus beat Parham. Levon won indeed. Yeah, you're kind of unfortunate. Dubov won by forfeit. Let's see what else happened. A rather quick draw between Grishuk and Artemiev. Seems like the Russians just keep making quick draws on the top boards. We see a draw between Kravtsev and Jan Pomniachtchi. Anish Giri beats Farasev with the black pieces. So that's a big win for Anish.
Very nice.
We see Haik Martirosyan beating Duda with the black pieces. Sergei Karyakin beating Ali Reza with the black pieces as well. MVL beating Gelfand with the black pieces. Wait, it seems like Gelfand probably flagged. Let's pull this one up. Yeah, kind of an unfortunate game here for Gelfand, because he's up a pawn, but the only explanation I see is that he flagged.
Yeah, you're right. Shoot. King h4 and then 0-1. Black didn't even move.
Indeed. So a tough loss there for Gelfand. It is what it is. So I think that is a relevant game for the standings. Let's see what else we have. Let's try to look it up. So yeah, like you said, Kirill Alexenko beats Ivic. And you said he's on a pretty high score, right?
Yeah, he's got 10, right behind Aronian.
10.
Oh,
he's only a point behind Aronian?
1 point behind Big Dog LeBron Aronian today.
Did not see that one coming. We see Rasmus Svana losing again. he had a very good start, but unfortunately, he's falling off a little bit. And yeah, we see Madlakov beating Fabiano with the white pieces. And I think there's a couple more results, but let's have a look. We see here PP in my Pampers, Tigran Petrosyan beating Hans Niemann. Fortunate loss for the youngster. But yeah, let's see what else happened. Yeah, do you see any other noteworthy results, Canty?
I'm scrolling through myself here. We already saw. I was kind of following you as well.
Yeah.
Richard Report lost. He wasn't having the greatest tournament anyway, though.
Yeah. What did Grishik and Artem? Yeah. So.
Not see Grishik's game.
So Levon beat Amin Bassem. He moves to 11 out of 13. Magnus beats Parham. He moves to 9.5 out of 9.5. So 1.5 behind Aronian. So Aronian has a 1.5 point lead. I think it's pretty much guaranteed that he will play Magnus in the next round with the white pieces. So Levon will probably just try to play it solid, I guess, and Magnus will have to try to beat him. Like we said, Dubov got won by forfeit against Hikaru. Grishuk and Artemiev drew. Nepo and Kravtsev drew, right? Anish beat Fedoseev. How did Arjun and Sindarov do?
Let's see. Arjun beat Sindarov.
Arjun beat Sindarov, okay.
Yeah, Arjun beat him.
Yeah, so Arjun is also in the chasing pack, 1.5 points behind Levon. And Haik Martirosyan beat Duda. And then there's a pack of players on 9 points, which includes Sergei Karyakin, MVL, and maybe some others.
Nepo, Karyakin.
Nepo, right, yeah. So we'll just have to wait for the results to come in, and then the pairings will probably come out shortly. So yeah.
These games are going right. Yeah, this one's not going right. Yeah, all the games are done. Hikaru come on stream. We trying to get him. Maybe. I mean, maybe we need him to rest too as well. We'll see though. Chat.
And yeah, of course, his health is most important. But we will see if we can get him on stream or not. Anyway, let's see.
Chat. What's going on? Round two. The next round's coming up soon, about 15-20 minutes. And nice mental. Okay, mental fatigue.
By the way, Canty, I got there's a pretty funny video which I want to share with the viewers. By the way, we got word that maybe Hikaru will join in like 15 to 20 minutes. But Canty, do you see the video? I sent you a message.
I don't see it yet on screen. I'm actually waiting. I'm watching the stream. I don't see it.
I sent it to you as well in Discord.
Oh, this video. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me check.
I'll pull it up real quick for the viewers.
What? It can't be played. Weird. Okay, let's try that. I gotta click the link.
Yeah, you got it?
Oh, I got it.
Yeah. All right. Wait. Wait, wait,
Wow.
wait. Okay,
Wow.
so something pretty
Oh.
something
That's
pretty
funny.
funny happened yesterday, which I just have to share with everyone. All right, guys, let's watch this video. This was tweeted by Tarjei Svensson. He's a Norwegian journalist. He tweets a lot about Magnus and about the chess world, but let's see what happens here.
Out of there.
You're like,
Oh,
when do you
I
see
can't
this happen?
believe
That
it.
someone literally falls out of their chair.
Boy, that's a move for you right there. That move had power, boy. And you see, as soon as he hit the clock,
But
watch
like
that.
the
Boom.
thing is,
Oh.
he falls out of his chair because black has a king on c3 and a queen on a3. Like queen b2 checkmate is coming, and he missed that.
Yeah. Oh, it's me. Oh. Hit him so hard, bro.
Usually you just sit back here like, but like,
He fell all the way back. That boy, that move put him out his chair. You ever had a move put you out your chair, guys? Amazing.
the fact that he actually fell out of his chair is so funny.
Right.
But
Right.
but Amon Hamilton, he tweeted like, just grab his hand and just accept the resignation, you know? He was like, hey, you resign? I'll take you 3 points.
Wait, hold on. All right. Hey, wait, shake my hand
Yeah,
on your way
he tried
down.
to catch him.
All right, hey, shake my hand on your way down, bro. Hold up.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, it's pretty funny, yeah.
Yo, that was good.
Anyway,
Yo, that was good stuff.
we will try to, keep bringing more of such good stuff for you guys. But yeah, let's see. There's no pairings just yet. We will have to wait for that. So we'll see what's
confirmed. Facts.
gonna happen.
Chess
But I
is a
think
contact sport.
it's. Oh wait, there are pairings. So we can maybe pull this up really quick. Just a second. Just saying, you guys. We do have pairings here.
Oh, you got chess results pairings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me pull them up real quick for you guys. Okay. So as we can see right here, we see that in round number 14, Levon is playing Arjun Iragasi with the white pieces. I wonder if Levon and Magnus must have played each other, because Levon is on 11 points. He's leading the field, and he's playing someone 9.5. So, and the colors they do work out. So you would think that they have played. I mean, otherwise I just don't understand. Let me click on Levon real quick. I don't see that they've not played yet. This is really weird. I would thought that they would get paired for sure. Anyway, but Levon is playing Arjun Iragasi with the white pieces. Magnus Carlsen is playing Haik Martirosyan with the black pieces. Then we have Dubov against Amin Bassem, Anish Giri, and then Anish Giri against MVL. So those will be the pairings of the top boards. Yeah, so that is what's gonna happen. We are gonna take a short break, but we will be right back after that. Don't go anywhere, you guys. All right, welcome back everyone to the World Blitz Championships. We have in the what is this, the 14th round, Levon Aronian versus Arjun Iragasi, and they're playing in London. What do you make of this? Wait, I think they had this in the tiebreaker of the Rapid and Blitz in Tata Steel, India. So this is sort of a rematch of the line. Levon won that tiebreaker. So yeah, what do you make of this opening can team?
I'm actually trying to find the game, actually. Arjun. There we go. Found it. Okay. So this game, oh, nice. This is wow, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so from the beginning here. Levon has this is like it's a weird kind of Joe Bava-ish London because you do have Bishop F4, Bishop D3 played, and they traded the bishops, and now I have control of the center. And he played E4 quickly. I mean, this is solid for white, but not very attacking. Like pawn structure is kind of fine. I mean, equal. Did he play King F1 or was that a glitch? Oh, he
That
castled. It
must have
was a
been a
glitch.
glitch. He castled.
Okay, he castled. Yeah, so everything's just solid. It's work to do. I mean, stable position for both sides. Not really an advantage for either.
Queen B6. Queen A3 by Levon. He wants to keep the queen on the board.
C5 square. 2. Knight A4, Knight C5, works C1. Knight A6. Usually you don't develop your knights that way.
Yeah, knight A6. So I think the position is approximately even. I mean, white has more space in the center, but the pawns are not very flexible, right? Like, I think it's a funny situation. Like, white doesn't really want to play E5, and black also doesn't really take an E4. So usually the pawns just sit here, I guess, right?
Right.
Because if you go E5, black can strike more easily with C5 in the center.
And we have other games up as well. Hold on.
Rook AB1 on the board.
I was going to play B4, Knight A4, then Knight C5.
All right, and we actually do have Hikaru joining us.
Yeah.
Wait just a second, you guys.
We setting up right now.
He is here.
Get hype, chat. Get hype. What are you doing? Why is it so weak in the chat right now?
All right. Give me just a second, you guys. But yeah, he is here.
He's here, chat. Hey, good to see you, Hikaru Bach. I'm going to step out.
Yeah.
I'm going to see y'all later.
All right. Thank you so much, Candy, for joining. And we will see you later.
All right. All right, chat.
All right. See you, Candy. All right. Hikaru, how's it going?
I've been better, obviously. But, you know, it is what it is.
Wait, say that again. I think it was a little bit low.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Now it should be better.
Maybe it's on my end. One second. Let me check on my end because it's not the normal thing that I use.
Yeah.
It's better?
I think. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think it's a little bit too low.
Okay. Yeah. I'll try to adjust it.
Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, this is louder. Wait.
Yeah. Now
go
this should
again.
be better.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think this is good. Right? Like chat just let us know. I think this is good.
Perfect. Very low. Too low. Yeah. So you were asking how. I mean, I feel relatively okay. Obviously, I've been a little bit under the weather. I would say almost since the start of this event. But the thing is, kind of like I got one of these self tests pretty early, and it came back negative. So, kind of I just figured I'm a little bit sick. I have a cold. No big deal. Just go from there. And it's just like obviously it's funny because I was really worried about it. When I took the first one, then when I got the negative test, I'm like, okay, it's no big deal. And so I went to get a test this morning. I mean, obviously there have been some tweets about that whole debacle separately, but I went to do that. And then of course I get back to my room like 5 minutes later and I see a positive test. So it was very, very jarring, but yeah, it's what it is. It's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's of course a very unfortunate situation, throughout, indeed. But yeah,
I mean, I guess the thing is, if you look at the bigger picture, I really hope that nobody else has it. Because frankly, if I'm being honest, I think I had it. I think I had it 3 days ago when I took the first test and it came back negative. I think I had it then, and it took longer to show up. So, I mean, I'm just hopeful that the negative test that people had today, it's not, there isn't some kind of lag in time, and they don't end up testing positive in a couple of days as well. Because that's what I think now, looking back on it.
Right. So then, do you have any idea like where you might have caught it? Do you think you caught it when you were still in the U.S. or like when you were
Well,
traveling?
I
Or
mean, I actually was quite careful. I mean, I got a test before I left, and then I did the self test here. I mean, again, people can debate, how accurate they are, or this or that, but I had a test before I left. I had a test when I got here, so I don't know. My instinct is that personally, I think I probably got on the airplane, on the flight from
mm-hmm,
San Francisco to I think it was Munich. Personally, that's
mm-hmm.
my guess, but I mean, again, it's hard to know for sure.
Right. But yeah, sorry about the whole thing. Yeah, and also, so you said you were not feeling well throughout the event, right?
Not great, but again, I think this is the thing. Everyone's had a cold before, and
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things about being a pro chess player. I mean, if you even you go back like even pre-COVID days, like you get used to it. You have times when you play tournaments. There are a lot of people around. Like I think about the Chess Olympiad, which has thousands of people from all over the world, and I feel like every Olympiad towards the end, I'm getting sick.
Mm-hmm.
So you get used to those sorts of things, and you just learn how to persevere and just keep playing and trying to play your best. And I think I looking back on it now, I mean, considering that I didn't feel great, I'm actually very proud of the result that I had, because I felt like when I look at the rapid portion, there was really only one game that I was very unhappy with, which was the quick draw against Halkias. But other than that, I couldn't have done much better. I mean, I still only finished a half point out of first place, so it's pretty good. And Blitz also, I mean, very choppy, but I still had a pretty good score. So it's what it is.
Yeah, no, I kind of feel the same way in the sense that I felt like you didn't play bad, but you didn't play bad or anything, but it could have been better, and I felt like maybe you were a little
Mhm.
bit off, right? And maybe that's where
Yeah,
maybe
I mean,
the
of
COVID
course, yeah.
explains that.
Um, yeah, yeah. So, and also someone in chat just tried to troll me saying I thought I had it. If you're not feeling great and you think you have it, you get a test, which is what I did, and it came back negative. So, when I say now that I think I had it before, that's because I got a positive test today. So now I look back at the whole like timeline of everything. But good job to the random troll guy in chat. But thank you.
Right?
Um,
Are you gonna ban him?
right. But yeah, also someone's asking as well. I mean, I don't know my plans now. I mean, I'll be here. I just changed my ticket this morning to leave on the 7th, so I'm guessing I'm going to be here at least a week. I don't know, of course, because now like I don't know what the timeline is because like I don't know if I've had it 2 days or I've had it like 5 days. Like I don't really know. So there's a chance like I could go and like in 2 days get a negative test and then maybe I can leave. So it's all kind of insane. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's all insane.
And do you have any idea like how the logistics work out? I mean, you said that you're gonna stay. You change your ticket,
Hmm.
and yeah, I guess you'll just then have to like you just have to pay yourself for your own hotel for like a week more.
I don't know. I mean, they might be able to work out a solution with the Marriott here. I don't know. I mean, remains to be seen, obviously, but yeah, and also for all the people who are asking, I was vaccinated, so
Hmm.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Um, and then do you think yeah, like a lot of people are talking about how the FIDE had a whole COVID regulations, but they were not really enforced. Do you think maybe anything is on them, or is your take on that?
I mean, it's a tough situation. I think I didn't look close at the regulations, and I mean this can be a whole separate question as well because people can probably dig up the regulations. But I was actually under the impression before the event began that there was going to be on-site testing, and
Hmm.
of course there was zero testing on site whatsoever. And then of course to even do your test before you leave the country, you had to go to a public testing location. So on that from that standpoint, yeah, I think FIDE should have done something different for sure. But again, it's difficult. It's a tough spot, and yeah, it's just how it goes.
Yeah. No, definitely. Um. So yeah, you'll just have to wait until you test negative, I guess, until you can leave the country.
I mean that's my guess. I don't know. I mean. I don't know. Maybe I like that's what I'm saying. Like so say theoretically, since I don't know if I've had it 2 days or 5 days or whatever it's been. Like theoretically, I could probably get like a negative test tomorrow, and then what happens? Because I think they say don't they say something like 5 days now you're supposed to quarantine or something in the US? So I have no idea, like, I mean, what it is, but I guess you plan for the worst, and if it turns out to be different, so be it.
Right, yeah. And yeah, then also, do you think this is gonna impact your plans for the Grand Prix or other events?
I don't know. It's like I was thinking about that too. There's some kind of really horrible irony in the fact that, I think out of everybody, I was more cautious. I was worried about the COVID situation in Latvia, and in other events. And then I finally I decided I'm going to play, and
And this
obviously
happens.
the one trying to play, I have to get it. So it's kind of crazy, but it's I don't think it'll change anything for me in terms of events. Unless somehow, like, I mean, God forbid I get really bad symptoms or I'm stuck here more than a couple of days. So,
Right.
I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, let's hope that
And,
will
and
not
for,
happen.
yeah, and just because people are also saying some other stuff, I don't have any plans to charter a plane. I don't even know if that would be legal, but to do that with a positive test. But I mean, that's not my plan. That's not my plans, at least.
Right. Yeah,
Oh, and I
and
wanted to add, actually, I wanted to add one other thing for people who are saying it could have been a false positive test. That is the one thing that I wanted to add, was that after that happened, I wrote to someone within FIDE and I asked if I could get one of those one of the self test kits after that to check. So it was not just one positive test. I asked, and I got a kit. I checked, and again, it came back positive. So that's why, like, I'm sure that I have it.
yeah.
But yeah.
All right.
So I guess if the game's ended or they're still going, because I mean, this is Blitz, obviously. These games go really
yeah.
fast.
Well, it's just chess. Levon drew Arjun, Magnus
Even though he's
also.
completely winning somehow, right?
Right, he was completely winning earlier on, but it was not ever that clear cut. Magnus drew Hike, so he keeps a 1.5 point lead over Magnus. But I don't understand why were they not paired for this round?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably colors. That's my guess.
But the colors worked out. Like Levon played white and Magnus played black.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
But
It's got to be something below, but
yeah,
yeah, that's kind of odd. But I guess what I would say is, if you look at the standings right now, and I'm just pulling it up, I mean, it looks to me like, unless Magnus wins against Levon in their head to head, I really don't see him. I don't see him winning this event, because right now I'm just looking at there's so many people on 10. Levon is on 11.5. Alexienko somehow is on 11. That's impressive. Dubov, of course. Did he win? Did he win the second game, or was it a draw?
I don't know how Dubov and Amin Bassem did. Let's try to pull it up.
I mean, obviously Dubov was on the same score, so Dubov won, right? So he's won 2 in a row. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's, I think for Magnus, he's gonna have to win the head to head against one of the players above him in the next round. If he doesn't win, then that's that.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought.
Also, like, I think since you guys have me here, and obviously, I mean, this is Blitz, gonna be hard to do commentary. We should probably, of course, talk about, like, all the different things going on, like, because someone wrote a good question in chat, asked about the top 2 rule. Ferdinand, I think it is, 1995. Thank you so much for watching. And I just wanted to answer that question. In terms of the top 2, I think that was fairly vague and obscure in the rules, and I believe that I'm aware of it as a broad rule, but not specifically for this event, because it was not one of the things that was discussed in the technical meeting before the event, just like the switch from 15 rounds to 13 rounds was not discussed either. And so that's what I would say. That's what I would say about it, is that it just doesn't really it's not a great it's not like something that everybody knew ahead of time.
Right, so you knew, like, it was in the rules, but it wasn't made very, very clear to the players.
Right, yeah, it was in an addendum, I think, with like a PDF file on the FIDE website, but it was not a topic that was really discussed.
I see. Yeah, so you feel like the thing with the 2-player playoff, you feel like it's not correct?
It's not correct for a few reasons. First of all, it's not correct because this is considered to be a world championship. First and foremost, that's the reason it's not correct. If this was just a normal say blitz or rapid event, I have no problem. I mean, not that I have no problem with it, but it's more understandable to have a rule like that. But when you're calling this a world championship, if there is a tie after so many rounds between multiple players, no one should be excluded. So that specifically is the reason I think it's wrong, just straight up. And then secondly, what I would add is that it's the more than just the 2-player rule. The fact that the tiebreak was blitz games was in my opinion even worse, honestly, because you cannot, like the classical world championship, I understand players play a bunch of games over 13 or 14 days, and if it's tied, then you play rapid chess. But to have a rapid tiebreak decided by blitz games is unconscionable. And if they're really worried about having a tiebreak with multiple players, there's a very simple answer. You move it to the next day. Players have been playing 3 days of nonstop rapid chess. The tiebreak should not be that evening, and it should also be rapid chess. So just have it have a rest day for the people who don't qualify for a tiebreaker. Everybody gets a day off, and then have the tiebreaker that day after. There's no reason, absolutely no reason whatsoever that a rapid tournament should be decided by a blitz tiebreaker, at least not unless they've played some rapid tiebreaker games and it's been drawn.
So you feel like there should be a rest day after the rapid portion?
Absolutely. I think one extra day would be great for everybody. I think the fact that it's packed into 5 days is kind of insane. Honestly, the fact that you play 3 days of rapid, then two very, very long days of blitz right away is it's just crazy. I think they should just add a rest day after the rapid, add a rest day for rapid and for the rapid tiebreaks, rest day for everybody else and or rapid tiebreaks, and that's very simple, very clean solution. And if it's 4 players who are tied, for example, you start at 3 o'clock. You don't have to worry about a tiebreak going until 1 a.m. or anything insane like that either.
Right. Yeah, I think there's definitely some point in that. But then like the only thing that could be an issue is that the dates are always December 26th through the 30th, right? And nobody wants to play on the 25th and on the 31st, right? So then,
I mean, I'm gonna be frank on that though. I'll be frank. Actually, I'll be frank about it for a different topic. The fact that the FIDE switched it from 15 rounds to 13 rounds tells me that FIDE was kind of worried whether everybody would show up. Because when you make it less rounds, that feels me that you seem to think that you're not going to get the turnout. So when they reduced it from 15 to 13, to me, that felt like something they were doing because they were worried that the turnout would be much lower versus what it ended up being, which is strange because then, of course, they did everything they could to get everybody here. So a lot of credit has to go to FIDE for what they did to get everyone here. So when you have all the top players playing, it should be back to 15 rounds. And then on to your point about the dates, I think, frankly, the fact that everybody came to play here shows that that people were going to play no matter what the dates were.
Mm-hmm. Right. So you think like maybe it should just be like the 26th through the 31st or the 25th through the 30th? Or
I mean,
just
I
a
think
normal
worrying
day?
about specific dates, it's kind of silly. I think
Uh-huh.
that's silly. I mean, already, I think even if you say nobody wants to play on Christmas, the fact that it starts on the 26th, most people have to skip Christmas anyway. So I don't think that really holds a lot of weight. I would say. I think it's just kind of a little bit silly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you make a point there. Yeah, I was just like, I watched an interview of Emil, and he said that, the 2-player playoff, it had been implemented since like 2017.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that that's been a rule for a while. But again, what I would say to that is, look at what happened when the rapid tournament was 15 rounds before, and it wasn't chopped down to 13. When you have everybody playing here, and it's a very big field, and you reduce the number of rounds, of course, it makes it much more likely that you're going to have a bigger tiebreak without just two or even 3 people, perhaps. So
Right, yeah.
that's not, to me, that's not surprising whatsoever. And I think that's just like, whenever they decided to change it from 15 to 13 was just a very, very, very poor decision.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I feel like, yeah, since it's a world championship, it should be more rounds to really have, a fair winner determined,
Well,
right?
like, I mean, like, I'll give you an example. Look at the Blitz. The Blitz is 21 rounds. I mean, the chances of there being more than 2 players tying after 21 long rounds is pretty low. But if you made the Blitz tournament like 18 or 17 rounds, I think, again, you look at the number of players on 10 and a half, 11, you could get like a 4 or 5-way tie if you reduce it by a couple of rounds for sure.
Yeah, no, you do make a good point there. So you think the number of rounds should go back to 15, and then if players end on the same score, should just play.
Yes,
Everyone
you should
play
have
tiebreak.
a tiebreaker the next day, plain and simple. I mean, if everybody's already coming here on the 25th or 26th, like that shot of being a world champion, shot of getting all that extra prize money. I mean, chess is not. I mean, again, I'll be blunt because I can. Frankly, I mean, the fact that everyone showed up here despite concerns, despite the holidays, shows that chess players have been starved of the opportunities to play and to make money financially. So I don't think the players would care at all. They would come here. They would come here regardless, and they wouldn't care one bit about extra days or any of that stuff.
All right. Yeah, I did think that Emil did make a fair. Like he said that that there's a 2-player playoff and not with more players, because it can easily be, let's say it's 6 or something, right? That's where, like, where do you draw the line? And then in a Swiss tournament, it's not the same as in a round robin, because in a round robin, like, everyone plays the same players, but in a Swiss,
I mean,
can have much tougher
but I mean,
opposition.
again, in a round robin, it can happen, and again, sort of prove out the point when there was, I believe, a 4-way tie. Was it 3 or 4-way tie in the Sinkfield Cup a couple of years back?
In 2018,
they had that same kind of rule, and Magnus was like, no, I mean, it's not the right thing to do. Either everybody plays or we don't play at all. And sort of round robin, I think having like a 4, 5, 6-way tie is much more likely. But if you look at the Rapid and Blitz with so many decisive games and where you don't have a high draw percentage, you're not going to have that if you have a lot of rounds. It just doesn't happen because not many people are going to be able to just win every single game. And at the end of the day, everybody starts playing each other too. So I think that's being silly. If it was 15 rounds, the odds even of a 4-way tie, I mean, I'm not a mathematician, so someone can do the math of that, but I would bet it's like less than 10%. Less than 10%. Yeah, and so also I want to add, go ahead.
Oh yeah, so you think the problem should just be solved by having more rounds again? And then having a rest day after Rapid.
Well, okay. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, look at the Blitz right now. So we have, what do we have? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on 10. You have Dubov on 10.5, Alexienko on 11, Aronian on 11.5. They played 13 rounds, right? So let's just say it's only hypothetically they play 4 more rounds. The number of people on 10 who can catch Levon if he draws or loses a game is very, very high, and you could easily have a 4 or 5-way tie. But yeah, if you have these extra rounds, there's just no chance.
Right.
It's just not going to happen.
That makes sense. Yeah. And yeah, Emil said that they are gonna poll the players, gauge their opinion. So you think like you will voice your opinion, and other players will do that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think really what happened is that I think probably the thing that was overlooked is I think a lot of people overlooked the change between 15 and 13 rounds. That's my guess. So I think, I mean, if that had been 15, it wouldn't have happened. But still, regardless, considering it's a world championship, I think everybody who ties has to be in a tiebreaker. If you're going to call it the world championship, everybody who ties for first place has to be involved. I mean, how is it that Fabiano ties for first place or Magnus? They tie for first place in a world championship, and they aren't in a tiebreaker. It's just, you can't, that's just not okay in any world.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
And I guess, yeah, so also since we have a few minutes before the round starts, let's talk about other things. I will say one thing, though, I was very happy about was that Noterbeck did win. And I thought Noterbeck was, I mean, the very deserving winner of the event. So I was at least happy to see that that he did win when all was said and done.
Yeah, no, he played great chess throughout. And to be honest, after the second day, I thought Magnus was just cruising. He was on 7.5 out of 9, and he was actually doing very well against Noterbeck with the black pieces on the last day. But then, somehow he lost the thread in that game. I think that game was critical because, yeah, if he would have kept his lead, he could have really carried it throughout. But yeah,
right.
That's sort of where he lost it.
Yeah, I mean, I think when he lost to Noterbeck, that really was a shock to his system because he was doing fine in that game, and then he tried too hard. So, I mean, it was definitely surprising to see that happen. But again, these young kids are very dangerous, all of them. I mean, Of course, Alirez is the one that's most talked about, but I mean Noterbeck, I've played him a lot online over the last couple of years. Very, very dangerous player. There's also Sindarov who I played yesterday. I mean, I hope he's okay. Very, very talented as well. So there are a lot of juniors who are very dangerous.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, to be honest, like maybe even a little bit surprised that someone like Noterbeck hasn't crossed 2,700 yet, because he's very, very talented. I mean, okay,
Well,
there have been no tournaments, right? So
yeah, I mean, I think the biggest issue is no tournaments when you think about it. So it's kind of what it is. But I mean, I think for all those juniors, there are so many of them. There's also Nihal's another one who's been like 2660 for I feel like forever now, and it feels like he should be 2,700 also. But yeah, I mean, time will tell. But I think the fact that Noterbeck played so well, and he beat, I think he beat all of them, right? He beat Fabiano, he beat Nepo, he beat Magnus. It speaks to the quality of his chess. So he's a very bright future.
yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, like you said, I mean, even when juniors are very, very talented, like everyone struggles somewhere along the way. It's very rare that someone really just shuts up, out of nowhere.
Right. No, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, yeah, it's there are a lot of players who have talent.
Yeah.
So also, since I mean, I know it's very weird being on a laptop, so I can't have like 20 monitors or 6 consoles or anything like that. But yeah, for the people who are wondering, I mean, yeah, I did get COVID, but I guess on the flip side, once I'm okay, I think that's supposed to be like the best combination, at least, if we believe what science tells us. I think, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like I read that like if you get two doses and you recover from it, that's like the holy trinity or something. Like you're basically you'll be fine no matter what. So that's I guess the upside. But yeah. 6 consoles, you guys. 6 consoles. There you go. All right. Yeah. So I guess the game should start soon. Yeah. I think.
Yeah. So let's have a very quick look at the pairings for round number 15.
Yeah, they're very weird, right? Levon is not playing Magnus again.
Yeah. Why not?
Levon?
I just don't get it, because I looked it up and they have not played.
Wait, sorry.
yet.
Where's Levon's name?
Levon is on board 2.
What? Oh, maybe it's not loading. Let me reload it. I have Yufa versus
I just pulled it up on chess results.
No, I have Yufa versus Pravian on board 2. Oh, he's on board 3. Okay. Wait, why is he on board 3? He's leading the tournament.
Wait, Levon. Wait, I just pulled it up on stream on chess results. Levon is playing Jan.
Isn't Levon leading the tournament with 11 and a half?
Levon is leading the tournament with 11 and a half.
Why is he playing on board 3?
Levon is playing on board 2. Or like he's playing on board 1, but they always put Magnus on board.
And are you there, Benjamin?
I'm here.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I can hear you, and I think the stream should be able to hear you as well.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I was on chess.com events, that's all. I was on chess.com events, and I saw Nepo versus Levon on board 3. I didn't understand why they aren't on board 2. Like, I get Magnus on board 1 forever, but...
well, chess events is like all over the place. I mean...
Oh, okay, good one.
But yeah, I pulled it up here on chess results if you want to have a look.
Okay.
Levon is
playing... it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But yeah, I'm still quite surprised that Levon he hasn't played Magnus yet, and they keep not being paired, which I just don't understand.
Yeah, maybe they played? Did they play or not?
I don't think so, unless I'm stupid. No, they have not played. Wait, or am I insane? No, they have not. They've not played. But I know you guys can't see it, but they've not played. But I just don't get it. They should play. Like, Magnus is the highest guy who's chasing him. But anyway, yeah, Levon is playing Nepo. Magnus is playing Anish. So I'm sure that Magnus is out for blood. Jan as well. And then Dubov against Marty Rojan, and Arjun against Parham. Those are the top pairings.
Right. So I guess should we watch the Magnus game?
Yeah. Well, let's just watch Levon, because he's
Okay.
leading the
Sure.
field.
Sure.
Yeah, so let's pull it up. Wait, where is it? Why is this always all over the place?
There we go. Okay, so we have a Spanish. Probably an Archangel if Bishop C5 gets played.
Yeah. All right, it's on the board, and Nepo goes for the knight takes c5 variation and d4. So bishop takes. Are you looking in live or in events? Because events is lagging all the time.
Why can't I hear you, Benjamin?
I can hear you, and the stream can hear you, and it can hear me. I don't think it's on me. I can see my volume going up and down in Zoom.
It's like there must be some delay. Yeah, it's like I don't hear you for like 30 seconds and I hear you again. It's very weird. Maybe it's
that's
maybe it's
very
the
weird.
headphones. Yeah. I know you guys. Yeah. Laugh it up at the. Laugh it up. I get it. Laugh it up.
Yeah.
Laugh it up.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Wait. So what was this? This was knight c6 queen d. This was a archangel, right? Knight c3.
Yeah.
Okay. Pretty standard so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
Although
knight
left doesn't normally
c6.
play this.
Knight c6 is the main move, right? Not like c5. I
think
to play
c5
this.
is the main line.
I used to play this 10 years ago, but then at some point I stopped. So don't quite remember the theory, but it's looking pleasant for Nepo. I mean, Levon also doesn't seem that familiar with the position, but yeah, how? To be honest, I know Levon. He won in 2010, right? The World Blitz. Wait, I think you liked it for a second. I think Levon, he won in 2010.
Right.
Are you surprised that he's leading the field right now? He's playing so well.
I'm a little surprised. I guess you could say.
Yeah. No, same.
Sorry, sorry about the internet. I think it's a little bit shaky at the moment. But yeah. All right.
Worries.
So what were you saying about Levon?
Yeah, no, that he's. I don't know. Obviously, he's good, but I wouldn't expect him to lead the field. That's what.
And again, I can't hear you, so I'll wait till it picks up again.
Oh shoot. Sorry
Four.
about that. Alright, Queen c4.
Must be a packet loss on my end. Luckily, you guys in chat, since I can't hear Benjamin, I can hear the pieces moving on the board. So don't worry, I haven't lost my
The mods are
lost my
not doing
hearing.
their job because some people are spamming spam this. You know what? So we can hear Bach. Mods.
Hello?
Oh yeah. I can hear you.
Maybe I should leave and rejoin or something. I don't know. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, that's really weird. Actually, wait. Okay, no, I think for whatever reason, I had the wrong headset selected.
Oh.
But that doesn't make sense why I was hearing you before. Okay, that's very weird. Anyway, okay. So what were you saying about Levon? You're saying was I surprised by something?
Yeah, no, to be honest, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he's doing so well. I knew he's good, of course,
Yeah.
but
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I think the thing is when you're someone like Lev, or I would say anyone who's considered to be a top contender in probably rapid or basically a contender in both tournaments, as they come out and they bomb one event, you're much more motivated, I think, in the second event. And I think for Levon, that's certainly he's really motivated. I also like his position quite a bit here, by the way. He's got like a great bishop on e4. You can always go bishop d5, maybe queen g6. I don't know if great is the right word, but it looks tricky to play for white, where it doesn't just simplify into a draw.
Yeah, no, sure. And indeed, I think black has good practical chances with the pressure on c2 and on g2 later on. And for white, it's not that easy to coordinate. His position is a little bit loose, so probably easier for black to play in a blitz game. Wait, they're saying that Magnus blundered, but the chat is trolling. We can try to pull it up on the second board. In just a second. Wait, just a second. Board is probably off now. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, blunder is a strong word. They have a fighting game.
Yeah.
Looks all right for Anish. What do you
I
make
don't
of
like
this?
this. I mean, I don't like this for Magnus. This looks very hard to play. I mean, in a
Yeah.
blitz game where your opponent's attacking, I don't see the clear attack for white. It just based on the flow of the moves, it feels hard to play.
Yeah, true.
I mean, of course, Anish is low on time though, and time matters a lot in blitz.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, indeed,
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying. Like, Anish already has the open G file, and it's difficult for Magnus to break through because A6 is just answer with B6, and B6 you should be able to keep things closed. And we see C4 on the move by Anish. Looks like a nice move, I think.
Okay, so bishop takes c4 must be played, right? Oh wait, there's knight f5 still, but I mean he's too slow though. Anish is just too slow.
Yeah, wait, I'm adjusting the scene to pull up the time for. He has only 18 seconds. Gotta go, dude. Gotta go.
Yeah, it's very hard. Like I think Magnus is still gonna win because of time. Like Queen e7. Yeah, Magnus is still gonna win this. I think. Time matters more than the position in many cases, is what I would say.
Yeah, on rook d5 on the board, that's
rook
tricky
d5 's
to
a nice
deal with
move.
in a time scramble.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Now the
So
knight
hard to
swing to
play.
f5. Yeah, I can easily swing Magnus's way. Oh, it seems like it's simplifying into a draw in. Oh, it is already a draw in Nepo versus Aronian. We see that Dubov beat Haik Martirosyan, a pretty important game there. Because Dubov closes the lead to only half a point.
Right.
Let's see how Arjun did against Parham. That's another important pairing. Let's pull that up. Okay. Looks good for Parham. So if Parham wins, he brings it back to 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to play, but he's got 7 seconds if time's to be believed.
Oh, yeah.
Really hard. Really, really hard.
True.
Also, I feel like Magnus is kind of not getting it done here somehow.
Right, yeah. Of course, Anish has a lot of stability in his position. It's really difficult to really create some tricks here. And the board's
Whoa,
suddenly...
what just happened? Wait, Anish
Yeah.
is just winning. Whoa, we just had this big simplification?
Yeah, it looks pretty straightforward now. I mean, maybe queen coming to queen coming to g4. Black looks pretty safe. You can always go like king a7. So I think if Magnus loses this game, do you see him coming back in the championship?
Rook g3, rook g3. Okay.
Huh, Anish is now doing puzzle rush. Wait, but something like e4 now, followed by bishop d6. But then there's queen b2 to reckon with.
You gotta go though. He's gotta move.
Gotta go.
Bishop d6. He
Oh,
sees
take
it.
king a6.
He sees it. Beautiful by Anish. He's gonna win the game, right?
Yeah.
That's game over.
Because Magnus is getting checkmated, because after bishop takes g3, there will always be queen e1.
Oh, bravo, bravo, bravo.
Easy.
That's actually beautiful.
Yeah.
Bravo by Anish. I mean, like, he's the guy who gets maligned so much.
Game.
Oh, bravo, bravo. Oh, bravo.
Yeah, and he does beat Magnus.
Wow.
Yeah, very, very big win. Like, to be honest, Magnus seems kind of off. I was watching some of the videos, and especially that game against the game against Sachko. I felt like he just fully deserved to lose that game. I don't know if you saw it. You're
I
honestly busy
didn't see
yourself.
it. I mean, basically the main thing that happens is that you kind of like just to give everybody some background on sort of the layout and the way things are. Normally, what you very funny, Ferdinand. I'm not going to touch that topic, but anyway, yeah. What I was going to say is that I think sorry, I was talking about the layout. So layout is basically for the players who have certain status. You go play downstairs, and after the game, you go upstairs. There's like a bunch of boxes essentially for like because it's a sporting stadium, and you go look at your opponent's games, or you try to prepare for the next round, and that's all you do. And then you go right back to playing your next game. So you don't really have time to look closely at the games, especially the Blitz. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have time to see it, but I would just say it feels like Magnus. Yeah, he's been trying really hard to really hard to try and win every game.
You think a little too hard.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, like he's not just playing, his normal solid chess. And yeah, like I said, he had this game against Fedosseev where it felt like he just had a, nice and solid advantage, and then he just lost that game, which is very untypical for him. And he just seems like sort of uncertain, where normally he seems much more confident. He's playing way faster, and yeah, I saw this game against Sachko yesterday, and first of all, he came a bit late to the game, and he got down a minute on the clock very, very quickly, and yeah, Sachko just completely deserved to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also something to be said for sort of this rapid to blitz hangover, where it's very hard. So you go from rapid, where if you get down on time on the clock, it's not a big deal. You're down like a minute or two, relatively, it's fine until you're under about probably 5 or 4 minutes. And in blitz, if you get behind right away trying to find the best moves, bad things happen.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, no,
that's,
indeed,
that's
because
my guess.
yeah, because you will just be the first one to get low on the clock, and with only 2 seconds increment against like the best players in the world, they will punish you.
Right.
Yeah.
No, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is. And I would say also, I mean, the gap is closing, of course. Everybody's very strong. And it's tough. Like, that's the thing. Like, I noticed, like, for whatever reason, I went on RChess maybe like 3 days ago, and I was like, they were basically saying, look at Hikaru. He's so super solid. He's not taking risks, like on the first day, specifically with the black pieces. And the problem with an event like this that everybody seems to forget about is that when you play this event, if you lose a game early, you don't get easier pairings. Like you don't get the easier pairings. You can still get someone like Artemiev out of the blue after losing a game. And so that's why you have to be very careful where you take your risks. Because then if like you lose a game, you feel you really need to start pressing, but you don't get the easier pairings. So it's very easy to then lose another game or lose another 2 games.
Right. But looking back, I mean, against someone like Stelios Halkias, looking back, do you feel like maybe you should have played something that would have maybe given you a little bit more chances than, the Bishop 7 Catalan?
Yeah, I mean, in retrospect, I should have, but I didn't really think about it except after the first couple of moves. And also, again, times are different, but I played Halkias, I think, in the Linares tournament, maybe around 2001. Something like 20 years ago or something obscene like that. And I remember playing him. He was a very aggressive player. He played Sicilians, a lot of he tried to get very sharp games. So based on that recollection, I also didn't really expect anything different. But I mean, I guess, a lot changes in 20 years. For sure. So yeah, it's what it is.
Yeah, and I think we all remember that game, yeah. And but yeah. Yeah, like the game started, and of course, yeah, it started out kind of solid, but I didn't expect him to, force him. Like, sometimes you're not aware, like, oh, he can just force a draw like this.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm talking about? You'll expect some game, but not, force draw. And there's just nothing really you could do to
but also, see, like, if I had thought about that, I should have played a different opening. Because already by, like, move 4, it was too late. Like, I wanted to play a different line of the Catalan, but it's already too late to do it. So, yeah. Also, just add something else because people are being really weird here. They're saying that I might be number 1 in Blitz. Like, that really is not. I mean, I literally don't care first and foremost. But beyond that, I think what I would say is that, I mean, that matters so little when I look at the bigger picture. I mean, the fact that I'm not able to play the last rounds today to have a shot at winning it all is that's far more important or more painful than like getting number 1. Like that getting a number 1 spot from not playing is not. I mean, that just wouldn't feel right. So yeah, that's what it is.
No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think
on the flip side. On the flip side, I will say I'm very proud of myself. I still haven't lost over the board game of chess since 2019. So there is that, which of course makes me quite happy.
All right, yeah, that's good.
I mean, I went through St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, didn't lose a game, and now I went through like another 25 games here, and I didn't lose. So I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's see. I think this round is wrapping up.
Yeah, I'll hang around for another round or 2. I mean, obviously, I don't have anywhere to go now.
Yeah.
I guess I'll learn how to use the Uber Eats app again. That's probably what I'll be doing. Also, actually, I want to talk. They said, did I volunteer my test results? Someone asked that in chat. I like basically like after I had the negative test a few days ago, it was not even a thought in my mind. Like when I got the test a few days ago, specifically because I was like, I wasn't feeling great. I was kind of worried about it. So I wanted to make sure that I was okay. And then I got the negative test. And I'm like, okay, it wasn't, none of this was in my mind. So like when I went and got the test and I came back, like it was just very shocking because I did not think it was possible that I would get a positive test. And then once I got that, like it was already about noon and the buses were leaving, I think a little after 1 o'clock. And I think, I mean, it would like it's too insane. Like personal health, both of myself and of all the other players, matters far more than like thinking about some tournament or a couple of games. Because the personal, I mean, the personal responsibility you have there if you do the wrong thing, I think is, I mean, it's unconscionable to me. I think you have to do the right thing. So, I mean, that's why I told the person I'd been talking to quite a bit with him, FIDE, who's helping me with a lot of different things. I just wrote to him right away because that would have been that just I don't know. I mean, everyone can think about it differently, but to me, like the idea of doing that, because also I would have been stuck in Poland anyway, because obviously you can't travel without a negative test. Like that would be very clear, and I think that would have been just I don't know. To me, that would have been morally unconscionable to do that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. I agree with that. So yeah, it seems like the next round is gonna start in like 5 minutes. Probably they start at like
Yeah.
20 on the hour.
But I will say this separately though. I think there's zero chance that only a couple of players have COVID. Is what I will say. I think there's zero chance. I do. I mean, just thinking about the number of people that that I spoke to during the past couple of days. I mean, I don't believe that for a second that it's only a couple of people.
So do you think there's just been insufficient testing, or?
I mean, I think I think FIDE should have done testing at the start of the event. I think they should have they should have done testing. I think also I was thinking about it today a little bit. Like the fact that players had to go to a public facility to get a test was also kind of insane. When it would have been possible for FIDE to bring in a lab to execute these tests, and players still could have had to pay money for the test, but they could have done it right here at the hotel, and it would have been a much smoother process. So I do think that's on FIDE somewhat.
Yeah, no, it is a little bit weird because in the World Cup over the summer, they had testing on site. Like FIDE, I think the regulation stated that you had to show a negative test result before the start. And then after the second round, everyone also got tested again.
Oh wow! Okay, so yeah, that's very very diligent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's always it's always hard to be too critical because again, everything was put together sort of at the last minute. It was supposed to be somewhere else. Then they were scrambling. They found a way to put it here. And yeah, and also I think just because someone in chat wrote this, yeah, there were no requirements that you had to show any kind of negative test to play here. I assume the reasoning is that everybody had to either show a negative test or vaccination to get into Poland. Which so probably they figured that was good enough.
Right. And actually the pairings for the next round are up, so let's have a very quick look at that. Sure. We see that Lavan Aronian is playing Anish Giri on board 1 with the white pieces. Then we see Dubov, who's right behind Lavan by just half a point, playing Arjun. And Magnus is playing Grishik with the black pieces. So yeah, like you said, you take a loss, and the pairings don't get any easier.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's the thing that's why it's a championship. I mean, you don't get easy pairings, and that's also why when I look back, from past experience of playing these events, it's really important. Because I remember in 2014, I think I played the World Rapid and Blitz, and it was in Dubai. I think it was in Doha actually.
It was Dubai.
Oh, so then it's
2016.
16. So in 2016, when I think about the Rapid, because that was the first part, I think I drew my first game against Adley. I think I might have won my second game, but I lost the game very early in that event. And then every game I was trying so hard to win games, and it's just like I would draw a game here, draw a game there, then I'd still get a tough pairing. And that's why, yeah, when you plan these events, I mean, you don't, especially the World Rapid and Blitz, you don't get any easy games. It's tough.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I remember from my own experience that there's almost only 2600 GMs, right? And yeah, for me it was something like I started the first day very very well. I started with 4 out of 5, and then I played Magnus on the second day,
Mm-hmm.
and I lost that game, and then I played Artemiev. I think I drew that game, and then after that, like Chaparinov, Howell, and I just lost a
Yeah.
bunch of games in a row. And like you said, it just doesn't get any easier.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's yeah, yeah. No, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah,
But that's why it's a championship.
yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, and for
Um,
people who are wondering, by the way, also, I don't know how long I'll be here. I mean, FIDE surely will have to help me out with all the testing and figuring out what the plan is, like, because I don't really know how it works. I don't know if like I take like a self antigen test, and then like if it's negative, I go get one from like an actual lab, or what I do. But I'm hopeful, at least that I'm here, since I'm here in Poland, and not Kazakhstan. It should be more. It should be easier, I think, to do a lot of different things considering the situation.
yeah, no, for sure.
And I did want
Um,
to I did want to say something else, because obviously, I mean, I think FIDE has done many things wrong in regards to this event, but I will say that, at the end of the day, seeing all the people show up, seeing all the Polish fans who want like autographs and pictures every single day, that actually made it feel really, really good. Made me feel really, really good,
mhm,
when there were people doing that sort of stuff. So yeah.
right. And yeah, how
But
was it to compete again, like
mhm.
alongside your like Magnus, Alex, the top players in
Right,
person again?
right, yeah,
How was
yeah,
that?
and also, just I was gonna, yeah, yeah. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, no,
Sorry, I'm
just
like talking to you,
finish
but I'm
that.
also, it's, what's weird is because I'm reading, because chat is like, it's not on two monitors. So like normally, when I have my regular setup, I look at one monitor, chat's on the second one, so I have to look away to read it. But since I only have one monitor, like I see chat, and it's like it's very hard not just wanting to answer every question from
Yeah,
chat. But yeah, it's all
indeed.
good.
And then there's all the trolls and whatnot. But yeah, my question was, how was it to compete in person again alongside Magnus and all the top players, right? Like to be in that atmosphere again.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. I think I think a lot of people, for whatever reason, have made some assumption that because I've only been playing online, or streaming, that I'm not able to play chess over the board the way that I was before. So yeah, I think it was only at the end of the second day, though, that I really got that feeling. Like at the end of the second day, the final round, when I was up there, I forget who I played in the final game of the day. I think I won. Fedosev, yeah, when I won against Fedosev,
Yeah,
the final game of the second day. When I saw Ali Reza up there, Nepo, Magnus, all these guys, like that feeling of being back there playing with these guys was like, it really, I got that sort of that competitive spirit, that feeling back, that had been missing for a long time, certainly.
yeah,
So yeah, it was great to be back, and I think, I kind of knew that I wouldn't like be much worse than I was before, if worse at all. But to be fair, and I said this actually when they asked me some questions, like I was mildly worried that it might be similar to Vichy, where Vichy in his first couple events back, he was unstoppable. I think it was Croatia, and
Croatia.
was it just Croatia? I don't remember. It was just one or two events, but he was just crushing it. He was just crushing it, playing amazing chess. And then, of course, he played this tournament, the Gashma Memorial, and it was sort of quite the opposite. He was blundering pieces, bad things happened, and so yeah, it's kind of what it is. But I was able to pull together, and I had a good result, so can't complain.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it's tough, and you shouldn't take it for granted when things go well, because
Hmm.
everyone's really on their game, always on their
Right.
grind.
Yeah.
Um, um, but yeah, like what you said, like I also had it 100% at the World Cup, because also yeah, like yourself, I've been competing like mostly online, but to participate over
Hmm.
the board again and have those real fights, and see all the top
Hmm.
players is yeah, something that you can't quite
Yeah, I mean,
replicate
I think
online.
that's also true. I mean, it's funny. Maybe I shouldn't say this because it destroys certain people's views of how things actually are. But I mean, I will say that like seeing Jan in person, seeing Maxime, seeing Sergey. I mean, talking to them, even if it was only briefly, like it really brought back that feeling from the old days. So it was really, really, really quite nice.
Hmm. Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Um, let's try to.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. Yeah, no, sorry, I'm also reading chat at the same time. I mean, I think like, you know, chat's asked me all these random questions as well. Like, I don't know when I got it. I mean, I think either I got it on a flight from San Francisco to Munich, because I started feeling a little bit off after that, or I think I got it the first night here in Poland when I went out to eat dinner. I think those are really the two options. One of those two. I just I don't know which one it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, you said we have pairings.
We have pairings. Yeah. Oh yeah, I pulled them up. They're on stream.
Oh right, I don't see them on live chess. Sorry, I could actually go to chess results, I suppose.
Or just go to your favorite stream.
Right. That's also true. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, what do you think? Like Anish just beat Magnus with the black. I think Anish. I mean, it's a blitz game, so you don't necessarily have to go all out. Like usually, just play solid, and chances will arise anyway. So I think that will just be his strategy, right? Since it's a blitz game, it's not
most likely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at this point, honestly, I think the favorites are probably Levon and Dubov. I think one of those two is going to win.
You think Levon is going to win?
One of those two.
Right.
One of those two, I think, is probably going to win at this point. I mean, they're what? So this is what, round 16 of 21, right? So five more.
Five more rounds, and Magnus is 2 points back, and like trading a lot of
he
players.
Still has a chance, but I mean, he has to win this game. If he doesn't win this game, I don't think it's realistic.
Right. So with wait. So let's see. 15 rounds have been played. So there's 6 more. He would have to win like almost the last 6. It feels. I feel like
probably close to it. Maybe 5 is okay, but yeah.
Or like 5.5. I don't know. Like 15 out of 21 is not a huge score. I feel like he has to win like almost every game, and Black against Grishik is not making it any easier.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough.
Yeah. All right, we have the games here. Okay, let's try to pull it up. Then, so we put Levon, Anish on the main board, and let's put Dubov on the second board because he's trailing. So sorry to El Magneto.
Also, for people who are wondering, I don't think I'll stream from here. I might, but I actually don't think so. I mean, I had a conversation already with TSM earlier about that, so I might stream here or there. It's actually more likely I'll do some just like short videos maybe for YouTube, but probably I won't stream much. So I have to get better and get out of here, basically.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, you just have to focus on those things. Yeah, it's more important.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I think no, it's obviously it's disappointing. I don't know at this point what will actually make me feel better. Like if I get a negative test in a couple of days, which shows that the tests actually are not as foolproof as we think they are, or if it's like I get a negative test in like a week, meaning I only just got it and the tests are accurate. I don't know what's going to actually make me feel better, honestly. So it's just it's pretty meh. It's just not the situation that I'm not happy about it, but it's life.
Yeah. The whole situation just sucks, of course. Yeah, so Levon. Yeah, the tough thing about this tournament is that it's 21 rounds, which is so long, so you just have to keep going. Right? Someone like Levon can't take his foot off the gas.
Well, like that's the thing. Like a lot of people are like, when I had those 5 draws in the middle, when I had those 5 draws in the middle, I was like, okay, like it's like I'm not happy about the draws, but I knew that if I don't lose, I'm gonna get some chances to win some games.
Yeah, no, of course.
And that's kind of the thing. Like if you don't lose games in long rapid or blitz tournaments, you're gonna get those opportunities where you can win games as well. So it's pretty critical.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, I did feel like, for example, those games like against Anton with the white pieces, like if you want to win that's really sort of a must-win game almost, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, of course, no disrespect to him, but yeah, if you do want to win,
Right, exactly.
But you're 100% right about that. That as long as you don't lose, eventually, I mean, it makes sense, right? If you don't lose, you can only win or draw, so you will eventually win games as well.
Right, that's true. Yeah, I mean,
We're
you
gonna,
expect that to happen at least.
yeah. We're gonna get underway soon. And yeah, I think in the rapid, you were like only against Ali Reza in real danger, and
Mm-hmm.
Magnus, it was maybe one move where you were lost.
Right, agreed. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we have an Italian, by the way, in Levant versus Anish, and
Mm-hmm.
Grishuk against. No, wait, sorry. Arjun against Dubov is a London.
Duba versus Arjun. Yeah, that's a big game too. I will say again, like that's the thing. There are all these talented juniors, and Arjun. A lot of people have been talking about him as well. So he's performing extremely well thus far.
All right. Yeah, especially in Blitz, he's extremely strong. Like his rating of 2760, like
Mm-hmm.
probably reflects his strength, right? I mean, that's
Right.
just how good
Exactly.
he is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think he's just been, trapped by COVID and he's not been able to compete over the board. It's kind of funny how Levon is playing. He's sort of playing black from the white side, right? This is how people usually try to equalize with the black pieces. And it's funny, sort of in
Yeah.
his last game against Arjun with white,
Mm-hmm.
he went for something similar in the London, right, with the double pawns, and here's doing the same thing in the London, in the
Right.
Italian.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So I mean, you're talking. Which game are you talking about? Levon's game?
Levant's game against Anish, yeah,
Yeah. This looks. Yeah, this looks so dry, right?
right.
And all these
Yeah, you've
pawns
had
in the
a
center.
yeah, you've had
Maybe
some
Queen
games
D3.
here. You've had similar games against Jospim in like almost every Arena Kings you guys play.
Right. Usually I'm black. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah. All right. I play with black pieces. Sorry. Yeah. This is
yeah,
a classic one. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Right.
But these
So I
positions
guess.
do have some venom. Like A5, white has a bit more space, and white
Hmm.
can decide what he wants to do with the tension in the center.
Correct. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. No, definitely true.
So Anish goes rook c8, maybe preparing to move c5. But yeah, Levant is
Hmm.
tricky in these types of positions. It's actually funny. Yeah, Levant, he lives in St. Louis these days, and actually, I saw him a couple of weeks ago, and we played some blitz. And yeah, like I said, he's good, but I didn't feel like, oh, he's gonna win the world blitz now. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Still, I mean, still a long way to go. But it's
True.
as the saying goes, it's getting late early.
Uh-huh, yeah, especially for someone like Magnus, right? I
Yeah.
mean, at some point the tournament's just over, and
Right.
this
Right. Yeah.
comeback
I
might just
mean,
start too late.
we're not there yet. I mean, but this is
Right.
sort of the. But man, I don't like Magnus's position at all. This is such a classic Grishuk position. Like I remember in 2019 and the Grand Chess Tour, I lost like 2 or 3 games to him in the Catalans, and this also looks like a
Uh-huh.
classic position that he loves with white.
Right. I'll. I mean, I'm just looking at the Levant and Argent game. Otherwise, things will get
Hmm.
too messed up here.
Right.
Wait, I can pull it up on my phone, but I of course I can't show 3 games to the viewers. But let's see. Levant trades on e5. Yeah, so this was what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
How he can choose the moment when to
Right.
release the pressure. And if Anish takes with the queen, which looks like the most natural move, maybe there's rook f5, which is annoying.
Right. Exactly. And then Queen E7.
Yeah, I wonder what Levant is planning there.
Maybe 90.
I don't.
No, 95 is too simplifying, most likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, it's on the.
So I moved my mic around a little bit, you guys. If it got worse, I'll move it back. Wasn't
Oh.
sure.
Oh, well, 95 is actually on the board. Yeah, his idea is just to take back with the queen, and how do you defend the pawn on b7? Seems
Oh,
easy
I
for
like it.
everyone.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, Levant with some nice pressure here. Seems pretty risk-free, so that is definitely good for him. In the meantime,
Yeah, and if I
Arthur-
sound weird for people who are wondering, it's probably because I am a little bit sick. There's that too.
Oh.
So,
yeah,
I mean, like it's what it is.
yeah, I think there's maybe something with the mic. It's peaking from time to time, but
Yeah, there's probably something wrong with it, but
yeah, but I'm
That's
I'm
how it
not a
goes.
technician. I don't know how to Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's good enough for everybody else. So
Yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
yeah, time's more or less evening up here. Aronian hitting the pawn on b7. Yeah, once again, it's not
Mm-hmm.
easy to deal with it because c6 just drops d6. If you
Right.
take an
Exactly.
f5, you drop a rook. Rook
Mm-hmm.
b8, rook f8 is awkward deal with. So Anish goes rook e f e8. Uh-huh.
Yep. Queen b7, queen e4 is still a draw. Maybe e5 and queen b7. E5 takes queen b7, but then
Where's there
e4,
some rook
e3
f?
maybe.
Wait, isn't there de rook f7 maybe?
Queen g5.
Maybe queen e4 and rook d7.
Okay, goes rook d4, which I still
d4.
like.
c5 by Anish. So there's rook f7 now, but the question is,
Well, okay, we
how
have
would
more.
you
Okay.
how? I mean, you don't really go rook f7 in the blitz game. Queen this is much more logical. You just keep the control of the position, no risk.
This looks great. Yeah, this looks great
Yeah.
for Levon.
Yeah. So let's see. Levon is on 12 points, 6 more rounds to be played. If he draws this one out, he finishes on.
Magnus, by the way,
15.
if Magnus can win this position, I'll be super impressed. His game, by the way, because there should be a draw, right? Rook c8, rook b8.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I guess black is slightly better because you can go g4, but
Right, and then bring the king up through g6.
hard to believe though. King g6, yeah.
But
Probably have to go
maybe white
g4
is-
right away though, right? Oh no, but g4,
Oh.
rook b6, king g6. There's d5.
Yeah, that probably just forces the draw.
Yeah.
And you can probably always get rid of. It is a Magnus position where he will annoy you for a while, but yeah, will he?
I mean,
will
this
he
is
really win
Grishuk
it?
though.
Yeah.
Like king g6, d5, king f6, d6 looks like an easy draw, right? So
Yeah, you just force
Wait,
the trade
what?
of the B and D pawns.
he played f5. What?
Wait,
Wait,
I have
isn't
rook
this just an
HB2
easy
as
draw?
the-
Can't white just take and go rook b6 and then d5?
Wait, sorry, which game are you?
Magnus game.
Magnus game. Well, are you looking on chess.com or?
Yeah, I'm on chess.com. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because I was looking on another website. But
Looks like a dead
anyway.
draw though, right? You just take
well,
e6,
the
go
board is
back to
not
b6.
updating. The board is not updating
Okay.
on. Wait, let me see. I was watching on my phone, but a certain app,
Yes.
so it doesn't update.
No, but I mean just d5, d6. I mean,
Okay,
this is
yeah.
insane. Yeah.
Wait, so I see the last move by Grishuk is King G2 on the board.
Yeah.
Right, it should be a draw. I'll be shocked if he wins this. But yeah, with another draw that almost knocks him out of contention. And in the meantime, I think Levon is winning. This
Yeah.
should be this is winning. Like Anish is not creating any counterplay, and you just move up the king, and yeah, just gonna be
Yeah.
a dub for Levon. Yeah.
Yeah, Levon winning in Magnus now, not surviving this game. Yeah, so Levon's tournament to win. It's his tournament
Yeah.
to win.
Yeah, no, very impressive. And yeah, then do you think Dubov's game looks a little bit better for him, but I think it's unlikely that he can create any realistic winning chances here.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you see it happening anyway? But Levon did win.
that up.
It's in the books. So Levon did win.
I don't really see Dubov winning this. Very hard
Yeah.
to see. Arjun's so solid.
Yeah, we'll put Magnus on the main board. Oh, Magnus actually pawned down and fighting for a draw.
Yeah, no, I mean Magnus,
But
he's gonna
actually, does
be
he
lucky
make
to
the draw? Wait, he's lost. He's lost. If Magnus loses this game,
wow.
it's over.
Yeah, he's gonna lose. You just take the pawn.
Yeah. And yeah,
E5?
Grishuk is not gonna mess us up even if he has
Even
one
King G5 and G4 wins here.
Yeah. But King of 4. I like this more. Just winning one
Yeah.
move, and he can keep winning moves like Rook E1, Rook F8, or this. Just drop the Rook back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Grishuk probably could win this when he was 12 years old.
Yep. Wow.
G5, G6. Tough. Yeah. So Magnus. Yeah. Is it like you said, just too late, too early? Right. Too late. Wait. That was a saying, right?
Well, I said it's getting late early. That was the same.
Getting late early.
Yeah, no, I mean, I mean, but I actually, I'm like, I mean, I mean, you know what I'm thinking right now, but like, I mean, I mean, you hope that he's not dealing with anything because it does feel like he's
Right.
just playing very badly. Feels like the
Yeah,
last
no,
2 days he just played very badly.
yeah, and I was thinking the same thing. Like he definitely seems off. So you do wonder,
Hmm.
does
Yeah.
he? Oh wait. Um.
I just brought the mic close to me.
Okay. Yeah.
Did I become too loud?
That became. Wait. It did become. Wait. Can you say something again?
Hello? Yeah.
Uh. Maybe put the mic back where it was. Wait. Can you say something now? Can you? Can you say
Yeah,
something?
yeah. Okay, it's better. It's better. Okay.
Yeah. This is good.
Sure.
Yeah. This is the
Cool. All right.
smooth, soothing voice we're used to.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Grishuk beats Magnus. Um, let's see what other game we have. Um, chat being weird again. Um, anyway, so yeah, let's see what other pairing is important. So is Arjun versus Dubov a draw yet, or are they still playing? No, it is a draw. Okay. Then we also
Yeah,
have.
so
So yeah, Levon beats Anish, moves to 13 out of 16. Dubov draws, so he's trailing with
mhm.
12 points.
Yeah.
Then also Levon is a full point ahead of Dubov, and then there is probably a pack with 11 and a half. Let's see how Artemiev did against Jan.
Mhm.
Artemiev and Jan drew.
Yeah, so it's what are the
Yeah,
results?
that's a draw. It seems like a lot of some of these draws between the Russian players have been very peaceful. Let's see how Kraftsief and MVL did. Kraftsief and MVL drew. Then we also have Fedoseev against Duda. Oh, Duda won. So it is basically Levon leading with a full point over Dubov. And then it feels like there's a two. No, he all. Then there's like a
Mhm.
1.5 point gap over Arjun, but after that it's like 2 points. So it's widening up. Levon's just
Mhm.
running away with it. It feels.
Well, I mean, it's what I said before. When you have so many rounds, like it makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just kind of what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right.
Also, guys, we wanna show you guys something real quick. Just give me a second. Let's see if the pairings. No, pairings are not in just yet.
Oh, and for chat, I don't actually feel that bad. I think what I would say though is that one thing that I really struggled with throughout this event is like my sleep. Like I could not get on the time zone, and I probably was part of it, but like I just could never get on the time zone. So the number of days that I would like go to sleep at 11 p.m. and then wake up at like 5 a.m. or something was just insane. And then I'd like eat breakfast and probably sleep like another 4 hours before the round. So it was that was also very, very difficult.
Yeah, that was also something I was wondering about, and I know from my own experience it's always tough, when I
Mm-hmm.
travel back to
Yeah.
Europe. That
Well.
when I come back to the when I'm in the US,
Mm-hmm.
because yeah, it is like oh, for you for you it's 9 hours. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. Yeah. It's what it is.
Yeah. Let's just wait a second, you guys.
Sure.
All right. We did want to show you guys real quick that just wanted to show you guys this real quick, that even though our man is not feeling too well, he is once again the number one in Blitz in the world.
Yeah.
So
Good one.
Hikaru, what do you have to say for someone who reacts to memes that he's the best Blitz player in the world?
I mean, if the situation wasn't what it is, I mean, I would have a different reaction. But I think, again, I guess it's nice to see, but I really wish I was playing.
Yeah, no, of
And
course, yeah.
yeah, that's what it is. But no, I think mainly it's just tough. I mean, I have a feeling when I looked at the list here, I felt like Magnus and I were gonna have a very tough time in this event, and so it's it's what it is. But like I said, though, I'd much rather be playing today than reaching number one this way. But that's what it
Yeah.
is.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because indeed, yeah, you would much rather be a World Blitz champion than being number one.
Yeah, of
Um,
course. Yeah, and also, I mean, obviously, I'm going to bounce very shortly, but just to answer a couple of questions people are asking. People are asking, will I play the Grand Prix? That is my intention if things go well. If something bad happens and like somehow I'm stuck here more than a week, I don't think I will play the Grand Prix though. I think I'll withdraw. If something bad happens, I'm stuck here like 3-4 weeks or something. I probably will. I probably won't play the Grand Prix. So
Right.
fingers crossed on everything being okay.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, especially in the US, COVID is, spreading quite heavily. So, yeah, it is
Mhm.
unfortunate that some people are like almost
Yeah.
forced to travel for some things.
Yeah, I mean it's a tough. Everything is kind of what it is. But I've everything I've seen, not to be like political or anything. Everything I've seen, the Omicron is actually like the least serious of the variants of COVID-19. So hopefully I'll be fine. And frankly, you look at the world, I think they've reduced the number of times people stay away from work. You look at the markets, you look at the economy. Everything seems to suggest that it's not that big of a deal. So I'm pretty optimistic I'll get over it. I mean, I frankly though, I really hope that nobody, whether it's Magnus or any of the other players, I mean, I really hope none of them have it, because I don't know, based on what I've seen, based on how it transmits, based on all that, I mean, it's hard for me to believe that nobody else got it. So I really hope that everyone else is okay,
Yeah,
as well.
no, for sure.
But
So yeah,
yeah,
let's see. The results, the pairings for the next round should be
yeah,
coming up shortly.
right.
Um,
Right. The Grand Prix for you guys is in February. And whenever I get a negative test or whenever I can go get that PCR, whatever the process is, I will leave as soon as possible. I might stay
yeah,
an extra day or two, see if I can do something with Bartosz, the Polish streamer. I mean, he's been around, and I mean, he's been doing amazing things for the Polish chess community. So maybe that would be great. And then to answer one last question, someone said, was everyone playing the tournament fully vaxxed? No, there was no requirement on that. So no, not everybody who played in this tournament was vaccinated.
isn't that weird that you didn't have to be vaxxed for this one?
Uh,
You did have to show a negative test result, right?
I mean, which answer do you want me to give to that? I will just say that I mean, all I'm going to say without naming names or naming tournaments is that I know there are a lot of players who are not vaccinated. That's all I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
say. Because I know there are other tournaments that have struggled mightily where they've tried to have certain requirements along those lines, and they've struggled. It's been very, very difficult to get
Right.
get a complete field like that. So that's all I'm going to say. Nothing more than that. No specifics, but I do know that to be the case.
Yeah, no, it actually happened in the Dutch championship where actually a good friend of mine, Lucas van Verreest, he this came out in the press, so I can freely talk about this.
Mhm.
Like um, he did not get vaccinated, and like because
Right.
of that, he the rule stated that if you're not vaccinated, you had to get tested every single day, and he was
Mhm.
basically saying like that would create a unfair playing field, right? He said that if he gets tested before the tournament, then or something along those lines, or no, his argument was, okay, if I have to get tested every single day, then why do people who are vaccinated, they don't have to get tested every day, and that creates an unfair playing field. And
I
because of
mean, well,
that,
I mean,
he declined to
I don't know
play.
about that argument, but I am gonna say, trust me, having to get one of those thingies jammed up your nose every day, that will mess you up. So
Yeah, so
I understand his concern, at least from that standpoint.
right.
It's not a pleasant feeling.
Yeah, so that's basically what his argument was, and also that even if you are vaccinated, you can still spread it.
Yeah, I mean, but
But
he
you still
lost
have
in
it.
court. Didn't they have
Right,
to?
yeah, it got to court, yeah, and he lost.
I mean, they went to court and didn't they all have to
Yeah.
pay? Like they had to pay money for wasting everybody's time. So
I think they did. I think they did have to pay something. Yeah.
I think they got fined like 500 euros each or something. But
Really?
yeah,
Oh, then you know more than I do. Even though I should.
I
Follow
thought
more, but...
it was something like 2,600 euros or something for wasting everybody's time, basically.
Really, or just like legal fees?
I mean, who knows what it was, but I know they had to pay for something. The court
Yeah.
did. The court ruled against them. Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of it's what it is, obviously. But I will say again, not like this some science opinion, but based on what I've read over time, I find it hard to believe this isn't going to be the last wave because already it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot less serious for most people, and also it's spreading so fast that my understanding, at least, is that when you have these variants that spread really fast, they're also going to burn out really fast. Where we might have variants that they'll be gone before we even knew they existed. So I will say overall, I'm actually quite optimistic about the next 6 to 12 months.
Oh, you think that you are optimistic?
I kind of think this is it. I think this is kind of it, honestly.
Really,
but that's just my personal opinion. No, not the last variant, but I think it's one of the last very serious variants. Because I think variants are just going to keep coming out every all that very frequently, and at some point, we're not even going to be able to sequence it. It'll be here and it'll be gone before anyone even knows what it is. So right. I'm actually quite optimistic, but I mean, I've been optimistic before, and I was optimistic 6 months ago, a year ago, and we'll see. But I have a feeling. I have a feeling.
So you think by 2023 things will be normal, or 20 like?
Well, I mean, I think also to use another science example. I mean, my understanding is that the flu that you have nowadays is basically a long distant descendant of the Spanish flu that killed millions of people in 1919 and 1920, I believe. Now, of course, maybe I'm wrong on that, but that's my understanding of how it's evolved. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if it's the same here or not.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm wrong. I could just be wrong on that. But that's what I'd read. So, I don't know. Who knows?
Let's
just 98 years ago, you guys. Yeah, 98 years ago. 98 years. Yeah.
I think we remember that, right? From 98 years ago, there was this game between Aljegan and Capablanca played at that time when the Spanish flu came out. Like in Aljegan with that exchange sacrifice. You remember the game, right? In the Queen's Indian.
Which one?
The one in the Queen's Indian where he went like rook takes d5 and sacrificed the exchange.
Yeah, I think I covered that on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah. Let's pull up the pairings real quick for round number 17.
Yeah.
Yes,
everybody. We'll be getting boosters every 6 months for the next 98 years.
Yeah. Anyway, let's so we see that you see the pairings, right? I just pulled them up.
Yeah. Let me go to chess results. I'll pull them up. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Let me know. All right. So we see that Levon is playing MVL with the black pieces. So this could be, a tough hurdle for Levon. MVL with black is definitely one of the toughest pairings out there. Dubov, not an easy pairing at all either, playing Artemiev with white.
But you see that this is kind of but not to cut you off, but this is kind of the point is that when you look at this, even Maxime, who's having a terrible event, he's gotten hot. I don't know who he's been beating to get back up here, but he's suddenly back up here out of nowhere, which is why this is the thing when you have a really long event. If you can just avoid loss or you can keep the damage to a minimum, you're going to get those opportunities. Because I feel like I haven't seen Maxime for the last 2 days, and somehow he's on board too now. So he must have won every game today or something.
Yeah, and we see Arjun playing with the black pieces against Nepo. Definitely a game to look out for as well. And once again, with 5 more games to play, Magnus being 3 points back, it feels almost mathematically impossible that he will win.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
it's very unlikely. Something crazy would have to happen.
Yeah. By the way, did you see this tweet by Tarjei?
No, I didn't.
It is hilarious. Wait, let me see if I can.
I'll just pull up the stream. Don't worry. Yeah.
Yeah, wait. Just a second. Let me try to pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
It is hilarious. I think you'll fall off your chair from laughing. Let me say that.
Oh, actually wait. I think I've seen the clip. Is there a clip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it somewhere else actually. I know what you're referring to. Yeah.
Want to see one more time?
Sure.
Wait, let me try to pull it up here. Just give me a second. All right. Yeah, here it is. Like, when do you ever see someone like falling out of their chair? But yeah, that was
that is like the best clip. Yeah.
yeah.
Best clip,
I've
yeah.
never seen that happen.
Yeah.
Never seen that happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is some good
Yeah.
stuff there by Tarjei.
Right.
I guess we are gonna get underway.
Yeah.
Pretty soon.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'll jump off and I'll let you and Canty take it the rest of the way. So obviously, but before I go though, I mean, a big shout out to both of you guys. You've done amazing coverage over the last 5 days. Obviously, I mean, I wish I was playing rather than being here right now, but you know, it is what it is. I don't know if I'll stream in the next week or so. Like I said, I booked a ticket for January 7th. We'll see if I can actually fly then or not. But maybe I'll stream something like Title Tuesday or something light. And that's kind of the plan. We'll see exactly how I feel and everything from there. But I hope you guys have enjoyed it, and hopefully I'll be back soon to be with you guys once again.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much for joining us for an interview. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, you know, cheering you on from here. And it was heartbreaking to read that, you know, you cannot play today, but overall it's been awesome to see you compete over the board again.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, there are two ways of looking at it. It's like one is like, I mean, I feel very sad about it because obviously I wanted to play. The second thing is sort of, you know, there's some like sick irony in it that like I was very worried about COVID throughout. I didn't play events. Everybody says I'm scared of playing. I'm being too worried about it. And then of course, finally I play a tournament and magically I get it. So, you know, I have very mixed emotions and feelings, but you know, it's what it is. And I think at least in my case, you know, I'll probably live. I'll be okay. I think, you know, well, you know what, 7-8 million people or something have died from it, I think, at least. So I mean, at least I'll be okay, I guess. Could be a lot worse. So yeah.
All right. Well, get
All right.
also, man.
Okay. I'll see you guys. Have a good one.
See ya. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So we're waiting for Candy to hop back on again. Give me just a second, you guys. If Canty is here, Canty, hop on. Just a second, you guys. Oh, and there he is. Our man is back. And there we go, Canty. Welcome back.
Yo, we here, big fella. What's up?
How does it feel to be Hikaru Nakamura for just 1 second?
You know what? For a few seconds, man, it feels great, right? And let me just take this energy before they take it away from me. Hold on.
Yeah.
Man, 50 million? I'm about to check my bank account. Hold on. No, still ain't there. Dang, still ain't 50 million.
Yep.
Dang.
There we go. All right. But yeah. Yeah, of course. It's good to see that Hikaru is, you know, doing okay overall. But yeah, very sad, of course, that he had to leave the tournament. But yeah, 4 more rounds or 5? I can't. 5. 5. Yeah, 5 more rounds of Blitz to go. Levon is crushing it so far. Do you think anyone is gonna stop him?
He has 13.
13 out of 16. Yeah, only
13 out of 16, and Dubov right behind him.
Dubov a point behind, then Arjun 1.5 points back.
What's the round pairing right now? Are we in games right now?
Yeah, games should be starting any moment now. Let me try to pull it up.
What's the matchups? Dubov,
we
Artemia.
have Levon playing
MVL.
Oh, they are already off Spanish.
Nice. Wow.
And then on the second board, we'll throw Dubov on there. Because Dubov's trailing by a
Oh, they
point.
already off. Oh, let me go into live because it's much faster there.
Live is working better. Yeah, so once again, this Archangels by Levon and Maxime choosing a different variation.
Oh, the
with
new fear
A4.
here is A5. Here, Bob.
A5, oh yeah, A5 is the line, and then here they usually go H3 and Bishop E3.
Right.
MVL's a huge expert in the reload pass from the white pieces. They've already fought on many battles. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to proceed.
Yeah, interesting. There's many ways you can go here. We've even seen Carlson toy with this a little bit too as well. Even Niels Grandelius
Yeah.
from Sweden.
So
Bishop
Bishop
E3.
E3 by Levon. By
Bob,
MVL.
why can't I take on E4?
Because of Bishop D5.
Ah.
There's actually a funny
Bishop
line.
D5.
Like, after castles, if white plays H3, black in some lines could take on E4. But it's a bit, they are a bit complicated. And I guess the moves will fly in. Levon's taking his time. And yeah, so let's see. Levon taking the first real thing of the game here. I think because H3 is the main move. There's a line, right? Like if white goes H3, although whatever, we have moves on the board. Let's just follow the game. Castles on the board by Levon. Is DE a move? Wait, doesn't DE
played
win a
H3.
pawn H3? Oh, and here to answer your question, black can take the pawn. Black can take and go knight takes C4. And it feels like black is losing a piece, right? Because white is bishop to D5, hitting both the knights. And after queen E8, queen C2, once again hitting both the knights. But black has knight to B4, hitting the queen and the bishop.
Tactics.
And in case white takes, you take, and black has F5, dropping the bishop on E4. And this endgame is great for black, because black has the two bishops.
Beautiful.
So just a little lesson there for you kids.
Why? For the kids in the back, when she's
For
taking
the
notes,
kids,
please.
yeah. So rook E8 is the other move. Let's see what's happening.
In fact, H3, rook E8, D takes E5. Dubov draw already?
E5.
What? Really? No.
But
Wow,
yeah, once again, I keep saying this, like the Russians keep making quick draws, and I don't like. I can understand. Maybe Dubov wants to guarantee himself some nice prize money, and he doesn't want to hurt, so to speak, the other Russians. But
that's crazy. But I mean, that's been every round.
He has a chance for gold. He has a chance for gold.
Round. He said Fisher was right in the chat.
Fisher was right.
Fisher was right. Man, that's funny.
A pawn sacrifice by Levon. White can take on G7 and be up a pawn, but black does have some control over the dark square, so it's not that easy. Queen D5 by MVL going straight for the throat. Wait, how do you defend F? He's threatening checkmate basically, and the knight. He's taking F7.
Oh,
that's
I'm not
checkmate.
in live. Sorry, I was like, where's this at? I wasn't in live. Here we go. Yeah, Queen D5 to hitting F7 and G7. Nice.
Yeah, looking tough for Levon.
Spicy.
Maybe he
What
can
happened?
go. How does he deal here with all the threats from MVL?
Queen D7 feels gross, but I mean, like, shoot.
Yeah, indeed.
You play
Maybe
Queen
there's-
D7 and just hope that I don't get crushed.
Well, he goes
95
95, and in case of takes, there's Bishop E6 in between. That solves the problem,
in
probably.
between. Okay, but is there Knight C6 there, or maybe not? Maybe take
Knight
this.
C6
No.
is a move,
Knight
but I take on D5 and take on B3, and that shouldn't be terrible. So probably MVL is going to drop the queen back, is my assumption. So let's see, MVL in the tank here. Okay, so since Dubov drew, we're gonna throw another game on there. Let's see what other game is relevant. We'll throw Nepo against Origin on the second board. Just give me a second. There we go. All right, so the one between MVL and Levon is heating up. So I think this could easily simplify though, because at some point you're gonna have, right? So let's say we see a trade on E6 and white ever goes knight to D2. Black can always take and take on E4. I think you just take on D2 here and take on E4, and maybe white's a little bit better because This pawn on a6 is fixed, and if you ever win it, this pawn on a5 will always be very dangerous. But I think overall it should be around even. Levant goes rook e8 first. Is f3 move here, or does that weaken the darks first too much? What do you think, Kenny?
Which move?
He plays rook e1. I was wondering about f3 to keep the pawn.
Oh, f3. Ooh, yeah, I'm not a fan. I was not a fan, but he played rook e1. So he's not keeping it at all. But I guess he wasn't a fan either.
Yeah.
So f3, nah, bro. No. You just can't live with f3. But I mean, maybe knight f1, but then that knight's completely passed up the entire game. It's terrible.
Indeed, yeah. So here Levant could win back the pawn. It looks slightly more pleasant, like I said earlier, for white because of this pawn on a6. If white ever wins that pawn, the a5 pawn will be a monster. So Levant goes h6 first. MVL gives the pawn back with knight f3. Okay, now you have to take.
Okay, so we trade everything down, and okay, we got this past a pawn. I mean, it's not past, but meaning a5 over here is trying to go for this touchdown. So if we can get this a6 pawn, we should be feeling pretty good. G3, man, that's feel like we're weakening some squares, but king g2 probably tightens everything.
Yeah, bishop g5 has to be played by Levant, and there it is. I mean, this looks fine for black, and should be even, right? So queen e3 by MVL hitting the rook. MVL up also half a minute on the clock. If MVL wants to get back in it, he has to win the game. Yes, guys, I'm fine. But this looks tricky for Levant. c4 can be a weakness. Maybe just king of 1 now. And I don't know. There's like all the pawn end games or the rook end games can be tricky. He goes h4. His idea is bishop f6, knight d2. He takes on c4 and protects b2.
We have a d5 there.
Yeah, and Levant being very, very low on the clock. I think this one's looking tough. MVL's about to win a pawn. And rook g4 by Levant, but that rook is completely blocked in.
g3 takes. He takes on a6. Man, knights are so tricky. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That knight would have took 3 different pawns. It's ridiculous.
King g2. MVL's gonna win this game. MVL's gonna win this game. So I'm gonna mark this. I'm gonna mark this as a win.
Marking it up.
Yeah. MVL's gonna win this game. So Levant's lead is gonna be reduced to only half a point.
Did anyone else beat Levant? Man, no, maybe he got 2 draws or something. Besides this game.
Would I bet my kids on MVL winning? Oh, no. Oh shoot! Wait, something happened. Suddenly, Aronian is winning.
Somehow.
Okay. Wait, Aronian is suddenly turning this around.
What happened? And somebody about to look, and they about to bet their kids. See, look at that.
I didn't. Wow. I didn't say bet your kids.
Man,
I didn't say bet your kids.
Unbelievable! No. Look at that. Kids out here would have been. I mean, I can't believe it.
But it's completely turned around. Suddenly Aronian, he's up a pawn. Also g5 is weak. He has all the activity in the world. He's a bit low on the time though. King g8 feels like a panicky move in time pressure. Can MVL cook up some tricks here, or will Levant extend his lead even more? I mean, I don't know. He will probably extend it to 2 points, which with 4 rounds to go seems insurmountable. Rook e7 check on the board.
You can't. He can win it. Bishop b7 after knight h4
Wait,
now.
How does he protect the pawn? Knight e5 with bishop d6. Nice. Bishop d6 seems game because if you take on c6, bishop f4, bishop e7, rook f5. Still tricky though with almost no time on the clock.
Right.
Bishop d8, knight d7. Wait, knight d7 is getting tricky.
You gotta go. Check.
Knight d8. He's going after the a6 pawn and he takes it.
Oh, he gonna push that boy. Oh.
Yep.
No time. Bishop d8.
Bishop d8 wins the pawn. Indeed, you cannot defend the pawn on a5.
Did he move? It didn't update.
Oh wait, this is getting completely out of control. Wait, I think
it updated.
This can be MVL's game to win now. Because the a pawn is so dangerous, and you can march your king up the board to c3, d4, c5.
What did he do? He didn't play bishop d8. He took on g6.
I think MVL's gonna win this game.
Oh,
yeah, there you. Okay, 7. Now just walk the king up the board. Yeah, it's over. King c3, king f7, king d4, and the king walks all the way up to b6. Yeah, king takes c6. Everything is winning now.
Oh man, MVL bot kids are on the line. The chat going crazy. Yep. Hey.
There you go. There you go, guys. Right, your kids are safe. Well, I didn't say bad your kids. I didn't say that, but Uh, yeah, you guys said that. I guess you guys said that.
Bad kids.
Don't bet the
They about to
no,
report
don't
this channel.
stop saying that.
They about to report the channel, chat. We gotta be careful.
Since you asked for the third time 3 sock, my last over the board tournament was the World Cup over the summer. Anyway, but yeah, this is gonna be a dub for MVL, and yeah, he does win. It's in the books. So Levon loses some of his lead. In the meantime, we see that Magnus won his game, so he comes back to 2 points. Maybe still miracles possible. I doubt it though. Crushing victory here for Magnus. Jan and Arjun drew. So let me see. Levon's lead is gonna be half a point over Dubov and a point over Arjun. But the field is tightening up here. I feel like if he had won this game, it would have been almost, you know, over. But let's see. What pairing is also important? We have Duda versus Kraftsiv. Let's see what happened there. Duda beat Kraftsiv with the white pieces. So we can see right here. Then we have Anish Giri versus Hike. Marty Rosian. Let's see how Anish did. That game is still going on. So let's pull it up. They're still duking it out. But it seems like a draw. But no time. Both sides are low on the clock. Around 6 seconds. If they want to get in it, they have to win it. They have to win this game.
Okay, let me see where that's at. How much time is that? It's not an update really for me. Let me see what you got up on the screen. Okay, it looks better.
It's a queen end game, but it should be a draw, and I think either side can do anything. You have to keep protecting the pawn on f7 with black, and white also has to make sure the black cannot capture on b2.
Oh, he has time. He does have time. He's thinking 3 seconds, 2, 1. What is going on? Did he flag?
I have no idea. It's a draw.
There?
It's a draw. Probably some sort of repetition. It has been
Okay.
repeating back and forth. So that is a draw. Let's see. Results should be coming in shortly. Let's see if events has any games for us. Okay, let's update this one real quick. It's always all over the place. All right, you guys. We see that Carlsen did win his game, so coming back to 2 points. MVL beats Levon, blowing the tournament wide open. MVL is only 1 point behind Levon, so still all the chances in the world. Once again, yeah, I feel like if Hikaru, if he would have been able to play, he definitely, you know, had a chance. So very, very tough.
Unfortunate, but held first.
Quick draw between Dubov and Artemiev. I don't quite understand why, but it is what it is. Draw between Jan and Arjun. Jan was much worse, but Arjun took the draw. Duda beats Kraftsiv, so Duda is only a point behind. That's a tough thing for Levon, right? If you're leading all the way through, you're carrying that pressure, you know?
Yeah, and everybody's out to get you, and then you take 1 L on that day on you. Like, yeah, that's what we was waiting for. Shout out to MVL, right? They hype, everybody cheering them on. Thanks for hitting them, right? Yeah. And Aronian has to bounce back with the win this next round.
Indeed, yeah. He lost with black. He will have white after this, so then he will have his chance to come back. So yeah, Anish and Haik Martirosyan drew their game. Then Feraseyev beat Parham, so he gets back into it as well. So yeah, guys, that wraps up round number 17. 4 more, guys. 4 more rounds to go. Don't go anywhere, you guys. More action coming right your way from the FIDE World Blitz Chess Championships. We'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE 2021 World Blitz Chess Championships in Warsaw, Poland. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and I'm joined by James Canty. James, in round number 18, we see that Levon is paired against Haik Martirosyan. What do you make of this pairing?
Levon has been doing well. He took 1 L. He had 1 L there. Now, a lot of times when you have 1 L, you can have a string of L's. We've seen that even with Magnus in this tournament. So with that being said here, I think Levon should hopefully have the short-term memory loss, get over that loss and keep moving and get the dub for the
Yeah.
game. Because if not, this could go very, very bad. And for Martirosian here, he could probably try to take advantage of like, hey, look, he just lost. He's vulnerable. Let's try to hit him now.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, for Levon, yeah, it will be a challenge. He just lost the game, so it's not the end of the world, but it could be tricky, right? Like a loss can definitely tilt pieces a little bit. So let's see how he will deal with that. Anyway, let's see. So we should be getting underway any second now. I mean, Levon has the white pieces. He opens up with d4. I expect Hike to play. And another London by Levon, which has been working pretty well for him in this tournament. Let's see how Hike is going to respond. He goes for some sort of Queen's Indian setup with Bishop to b7. And to just give you guys a heads up, the other game we will be keeping an eye out is the game between Duda and Dubov right below us. So that is the other game. Anyway, and Bishop d6, Canty, what do you make of this move by Black?
Oh, Bishop d6. You know what's funny? This is actually a system that I've seen Simon Williams have some influence under, or like at least. With Bishop takes d6, the idea here is going to be knight c6, knight e7, bring it over to g6. Usually, a lot of times you can trade. Let me actually flip the board to see it from Black's point of view. Yeah, you play you take on d6, knight c6, and knight e7. And you use the diagonal for the bishop. Sometimes you even play d5 and you take on c4 as well. So you have an extra d pawn in the end. Pretty awesome system. It's pretty strange, but I like it.
Indeed, for sure, yeah. And so Levon avoided the trade. He played bishop g5, bishop b7. So it's now more of a Taurus system, right, where white puts the bishop on g5. I think it's looking pretty even. I feel like this game could really go either way. I think both sides cannot be too unhappy about the outcome of the opening. So we will see how this game is going to proceed. In the meantime, the game between Duda and Dubov. Maybe Duda can hope for a slight advantage. So let's see. How
especially with that d pawn weakness. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got the d6 pawn is super weak. Literally, that is just it. You got a weak d6 pawn. I got the target. The end game is better for me. What else do I want? You know, like what else do we ask for?
Indeed, 100%. What Black very often does is they go d6, d5 to get rid of the weakness, and then after pawn takes, knight takes, the bishop opens up on the long diagonal. So that's why Duda does play the move knight to b5 to make sure that the d5 square is now also controlled by the queen and d5 is not possible. But let's switch our attention right back to this game between Levon and Martirosian. It looks quite pleasant to me. I mean, white has the center and more space. So what do you think Black should do here to create counterplay?
In fact, they're doing exactly what he's doing right now. Playing knight to h5 is a beautiful move, saying, hey, we need to trade some pieces. I have less space, so when you have less space, it's better to trade. So he made a beautiful move, knight h5, forcing a trade of the bishop, because if you go back, you're going to give me the two ops, the two bishops, not looking cool. So he traded bishop takes e7. Now Black's fully developed, and we're going to bring this knight to f4 or f6. Black's doing totally fine here, actually.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, so white play queen to b3, rook fc8, nice move by Hike Martirosian, and a4 by Levon. I like that move a lot. He wants to go a5 and pressure the black queen side. With the pawn on a5, it will always be very annoying because white can always trade on b6 whenever he wants to, opening up the a file and making the b6 pawn weak. But he can also at moments go a6 and the bishop on b7 can suddenly get trapped. So Hike anticipates that by playing rook to c7. So I guess after a5 he wants to go rook c8. So a6 can comfortably be met by bishop to a8.
Beautiful. Bishop a8. It's a cool move. It's cool when you're able to play that and you use it. And it's terrible when you play bishop a8 and then they shut it down with a move like d5. Now, if it works, that would be terrible. But here in this situation, d5 might be too loose for his pieces. Black has a lot of activity.
Yeah, for sure. Black is starting knight f4 in some moments, or which is why Levon goes bishop f1, stepping out of the way preemptively. So Hike goes back to f6 to keep an eye out on the pawn on d4.
Very strong. You can't push these boys. You can't push E or D right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a funny situation in the center. Like, both sides don't want to push their pawns. If Black ever goes d5, they will be met with e5. And vice versa. If Black plays e5, White will play d5 and the bishop on b7 will be blocked in. So Levon trades and goes rook to a7. So increasing the pressure there on the queen side. I think it's looking quite pleasant for him.
Yeah, that pressure on the queen side is definitely there. He plays g6 for king to g7.
Yeah.
Probably maybe some dark square strategy here, getting my pieces off of light, because you have a light square bishop here, but not active. Question is, how do we increase the pressure? h3.
That is a good question. I think what white should do is play a move like queen to b4 to prepare knight c4 to pressure the pawn on d6. Levon goes queen a3 with the same idea, but
e5.
Oh, in e5. Oh, wait, e5 is that might be no. Then there's still knight e8, so it doesn't win the game on the spot. But Hike does address it with the move queen f8 and bishop d3 by Levon. His idea is to protect the pawn on e4 once more, so now his knight is free to move at c4 in the future. So
bishop take on c7 and pin, but then maybe he just goes back.
Yeah, I like that idea. I like to take on rook c1 because you cannot move the queen to, let's say, d8 because then you hang d6. So Levon with a lot of pressure here. Both players around a minute. There's no easy way for Hike to get out of all the pins because you can easily drop the pawn on b6. This is looking very, very good for Levon. So he's had this strategy all the entire tournament where he's not playing super aggressive, but he goes for these positions where he has a tiny bit of pressure and his opponents eventually collapse.
Rook to c8, bishop a6 attacking the rook. Rook to c7. Whoa, wait a second.
How is black not losing a pawn here? Rook c7,
right.
b5?
Hold on here.
If you go, maybe there's bishop e7, but then I can take everything, and the pawn on d6 will be hanging in the end.
Exactly. So, is that force? The rook c7,
bishop b5? Isn't
bishop
that just
b5,
game?
queen c8?
Queen takes d6.
Oh, yeah, that's everything. He went for it.
Yeah.
He's going for it. I mean, I don't have the eval bar on, but this looks nasty. He has knight b8 too in there. This is just over. I'm just winning everything, right?
But then
the knight takes
pinned
e4
all over
in
the
there.
place.
It's kind of strange.
Bishop b5 by Levon on the board. Oh, after queen d8. Oh, after queen d8, I go queen to c3. Hitting your bishop, and if you go knight to b8, I go d5. Pawn takes, and I take back, and you cannot take with your knight.
The knight,
your knight is pinned.
Oh my goodness, queen c3, what a move.
Queen c3 now, that's game.
Fella.
Knight b8, d5, and you're pinned all over the place.
And d5 with the pin for the win. Big dog move from a big fella. LeBron Aronian here.
Oh, he takes on d6, but wait, 98? Wait, did he? Wait, 98. Oh, he sacks the queen, but why?
What?
Why? It's completely unnecessary.
He sacked his queen.
Wait, this is anyone's game to win now. High going queen a8, looking to enter with the queen on a1 and gobble up the pawn on b2. Both sides around a half a minute. Levon drops back to c1, but I think this is Hayek's game to win now. Knight d6, hitting the pawn on e4.
What just happened, bro?
But why did he sack the queen? There was no need. Bishop c6 by Levon or LeBron.
This is like going up for a dunk and then slip before you get jump in the air and then lose the ball.
But the queen b8 by Hayek.
What happened?
e5 by Levon. Okay, where do you go with the knight? Do you
style points?
Okay, knight d5 and we see a trade.
It was just a blip in the matrix there.
Yeah, Levon 12 seconds, Hayek 20. So small time advantage for Hayek. Levon maneuvers as knight e3, pressuring the pawn on d5, queen b7 on the board, knight g4. This could be tricky. If the knight lands on f6, there's always checkmating ideas.
Exactly, with rook to c8. If you ever move the queen, how do you even make progress here?
Indeed. Wait, there's knight e8 and knight d6, and then you go rook c8, and suddenly the king could easily be in a checkmating net. Goes king h2 first, the knight steps back.
And you do have it. You do have knight. Indeed, you do have check and knight d6 with rook c8, h4.
h4 by Levon. That seems like a panic. Queen a8 by Hayek. h5. Okay, he's trying to chip away at the black king. Maybe g. Okay, he takes, but now the king opens up, takes in king f8 back.
Can I bring the other knight in? Knight h4 to f5. No, that hangs. Rook c7. Nope. Hangs the rook. Nothing.
Yeah, Levon's
he's bringing
slowly
the other
improving
way.
the position. Maybe he wants to go rook h1, take on h6, and enter the position that way. Queen a2 by Hayek, rook d6, king c8.
9 seconds.
Take the pawn on e5. The moves are flying in there in a time scramble.
Yeah.
Does he have to make perpetual here with knight d5, or can he play for more?
And black might play for more.
Yeah.
Try to run the other way and push the b pawn.
Yeah, in the meantime, Dubov is crushing it. So if Dubov wins his game, he will catch up with Levon in the lead. And Levon, wait, knight g5 on the board. How do you deal with this? Isn't your center
He
super
snapped that boy.
fragile?
But look at this D pawn though. I mean, it is wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, but it is
But how do you
fragile,
push
right?
forward?
Check king
Knight
d7, knight c6.
c6, queen
Okay,
c2,
there's a
but
check coming on e4.
how do you... Yeah, you got rook
King
f6, queen
f3?
e4, and
Ooh, that's
d5 drops
annoying.
off. Wait, I think Levon's in trouble. King g1 therefore,
It's
but
king e1.
b4 is
King g1.
b4 a move? Yeah, and he wins the knight. But it's not over just yet. Rook f6 now to hit the pawn on f7. And it might be some sort of,
back
like,
east.
if you go
Ooh,
d6,
queen
it feels
h8.
like everything is protected. King
he
g2,
moves.
very, very
F5
tough
back
position.
up.
Rook f5 by Levon. Maybe it's a draw somehow. He can maybe create a fortress. He can take a
Yeah.
g5 if he wants to.
Yeah.
It feels like there's good drawing chances for Levon, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Black does have a queen, so if anyone can win, it's Black. He goes e6. If Black takes twice, he will take on g5, and it should be a draw. Rook c5.
Yeah, guys, believe it or not, this is drawn. It looks drawn. It looks drawn. If he's able
Yeah.
to get the G pawn, if he can get the G5 pawn, he can hold this, actually. Believe
Indeed.
it or not.
But I think
Maybe
if
he may not even need to
if
get
the
the G pawn.
e6 pawn disappears from the board, I think white is lost. Because Black will always be able to infiltrate the white position through the back rank.
Yeah.
So queen c1, therefore he's sending
behind,
queen
but the
g1.
king
Levon doesn't
can't
allow it. But king e7,
cross
you
the
cannot
fifth
protect the
rank.
e6 pawn. Wait, I think Levon is losing this one. Will he lose 2 in a row? That'll be a huge shock for the tournament. Queen c1 on the
Yeah,
board.
we talked about that too. That's crazy.
This is not
He
a
lost
fortress,
one.
I don't think. But
Losing
Levon is
another one.
trying. King g3.
Right. How does he
do you
cross
make...
the fifth rank? That's the only thing
Right,
I was
I don't
thinking
th-
about. Is the
Yeah,
king
how-
can never cross the fifth rank. I just
But
do
isn't it-
this.
But isn't it some sort of zugzwang? He goes queen h1. Don't take the pawn because of queen h4. But then you start checking from behind.
I mean, but
Looking-
still, there has to be a way I can stay around this. Like the
I
rook
think-
stays right there, and maybe bring the king close and don't stay too far away because you sack on the rook and then win the f pawn.
But he just keeps zugzwanging you. Because if you move king c5, I go queen to d3. And eventually, yeah, that's what's
And
happening.
sack it,
Like he's
yeah,
slowly
yeah.
but surely pushing him towards the corner.
Wow. And then he's gonna sack the queen on the rook, and then
King b5, there might be queen takes f5. Take. Yeah, wait, he can sack
yeah,
the
there's
queen.
queen takes f5.
Just take and
yeah.
that's it up.
Wow, sheesh. Yeah, he had to. That was beautiful. That queen cut off. Why
Levon.
couldn't he just stay around that area? It's insane.
Levon losing a second game in a row. And the tournament is wide open once again. Damn. He just completely... I don't know what happened there. Why did he sack the queen? There was no need for it at all.
I don't know. But he just a blip. It's just he forgot. I don't know. He just blipped out. Literally, something happened and just sacked his queen. He just sacked his queen out of all the moves.
Indeed.
He sacked his queen, bro.
And that means that now that Dubov is in the lead with 13 and a half out of 18. And chasing him will be Levon Aronian and let's see, and MVL. MVL and Levon are now half a point back. So yeah, they will be chasing him. Hike only 1 point behind. And let's see what else happened.
Wow.
Let's see how Anish did. Do you have any idea what he did? Let's just go to events. Let's try to pull it up there.
Pulling it up right now. Let's see if I can find
We
it.
see, by the way, that Magnus drew his game. So, like Hikaru said, it is getting late early, right? That's the expression.
Right.
Anyway, let's see. So Magnus draws his game, and I think that's it. Like, he is still... How many points is he back? He is 1.5 points back with 3 more rounds to be played. I don't think... No, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen.
You know what I mean? There's just too many factors that could happen, right? Too many things happening there. As I mentioned, I mean, like Hikaru mentioned, this is a marathon. Like, this is I mean, hey, you know, Aronian was top dog, LeBron Aronian, right, for a few rounds here. I mean, he's still great here, but obviously Dubov just passed him here. 2 straight losses took him out of first place. Crazy how competitive this is.
He's still in it to win it, but yeah, it looked like he was crushing the field, but now indeed he's behind. Dubov taking over the lead, beating Duda with the black pieces. Let's see, we see MVL getting the dub against Arjun. MVL is now only half a point back with Levon. Let's see what else is important. Artemiev winning his game against Fedoseev. Artemiev is only a point back. And let's see what Anish made a draw with Jan, so they will be 1.5 points back. And same as Oh no, Magnus is trailing by 2 points. But I
Oh,
think it's
that's
almost mathematically over for
bigger.
Matt. No,
Wow.
it's no, Magnus not gonna win. So we see Eli Reza beating Kraftsif with the black pieces. But yeah, this round is wrapping up. Results are flowing in.
How many rounds left? We
So
have 21 or 22. It's either 3. I think it's 3 left. 3 left. Yeah, it's 21 rounds.
yeah,
We have
it's 3 more rounds to be played.
rounds left.
So I think it's gonna be between those three. Dubov, Aronian, and MVL. I think one of those three is gonna win.
Yeah, wait. What's your choices again? MVL, Dubov, and who? Aronia?
Dubov, Aronian, and MVL. Right,
Yeah,
they're
let
the
me
top
see. Is
three. I
any-
think the people who are 1 point back, it's still
They're
possible,
close, yeah.
but I
Like
don't see it
Nepo.
happening. Yeah,
If Nepo gets real hot. Or, I mean, or Timiev hasn't, Geary hasn't really. Could see Nepo
for
a
sure.
string of wins.
Yeah. Let's see results. We're also looking at chess results. I don't think it's updated just yet. No, results are still we're still waiting for the results to come in. Still 3 games to be played, so anything can still happen. But yeah, as we said, Dubov takes over the lead from Levon, who takes a second L in a row. And this one definitely seemed very, very unnecessary. If he had gone Queen of C3, he would have been crushing it. But
Yeah.
it's Blitz, you know?
Yeah.
Everything goes really fast, and
An
mistakes can
unnecessary
happen.
blunder.
So
Queen
yeah,
sacrifice.
but yeah, once again, it seems to be like it's not gonna happen for Magnus. I mean, 2 points is just too much with 3 rounds to be played.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I mean, 3 in a row. What would that put him at? 15?
no, 14 and a half. No, it's not gonna happen.
Shoot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rough.
Anyway, you guys, we are gonna be taking a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere, you guys. More action coming your way from the FIDE World Blitz Chess Championships in Warsaw, Poland. We'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE Blitz World Chess Championships in Warsaw, Poland. In the 19th round, we have Maxime Vasilograf, also known as MVL, with the white pieces against Daniel Dubov. Kanti, I'm pretty sure that MVL is just going to go all out and try to take over the lead from Dubov. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably going to try to take the lead from there. I mean, this is a very heavyweight, big dog matchup, a stare down, swing heavy hitters, right? Why? Because obviously, you know, MVL is he's trying to take the lead and Dubov's trying to hold the lead, right? And we know Dubov for being very spectacular with his tactics, but obviously his opening novelties and being a second of Magnus as well. And MVL is MVL, right? So it's a lot here, lots of animosity and tension on his board. So we're going to see what happens. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, like you said, Dubov is leading the field, half a point ahead. Trailing him are MVL and Levon Aronian. That will be the second game we will keep an eye out. Aronian is playing Artemiev with the white pieces. So once again, we're keeping an eye out on that game as well. That's a board below us. And we see Dubov playing the Sicilian and MVL playing Bishop E5 check, which is answered by Bishop D7. Kanti, I feel like Bishop B5 is more of a solid line, right? He's not entering the knight over whatsoever. Yeah, what do you think approach MVL has in this game?
Here, I mean, probably something just real solid, as you can see here. Maybe he's okay with the draw here, because I mean, especially giving up the light square bishop so quickly like that. Maybe he's okay playing super solid, but I am just not a fan of it from white's position. I'm actually a fan of black's position, even pushing for more than just, you know, equality here. If I'm playing with the black pieces here from Dubov, I mean, I even like this 95 move. I've never seen this strange way to double the pawns in the center here, make the bishop bad, but we have the square on d4. Are we going to see a knight d7, b8, c6?
I think eventually he will maneuver the knight indeed to c6, as you mentioned. I like that idea a lot. And yeah, the pawn, white doesn't really have any pawn breaks because d4 is firmly under control. b4 is very difficult to get in as well as soon as the knight lands on c6, because the knight on c6 is controlling the square, but also the bishop on e7. And white can play f4, but then if black ever goes bishop f6, he has a nice bishop on that long diagonal. So actually MVL did get in the move b4. So I think Dubov made a mistake by not developing, not maneuvering the knight to c6 very quickly. And maybe MVL can be a little bit better here with the pressure along the b file.
Especially after rook to b8. Now we do have even many cases, I guess, b5.
Yeah.
Well, now
b5 on the
b5 played
board.
by Dubov, actually. There it is, b5.
Yeah. Nice move,
Yeah,
because
b5.
if white takes on c5, black's gonna recapture with the bishop on the knight or the knight, and he has nice pressure on opponent d3. Also, the opponent a3 can be weak. And actually, I think if white takes on b5, that would be a huge mistake because of c takes b4, and you're losing at least a pawn, and your position is collapsing. So I think Dubov has played this quite nicely. And MVL does trade on c5. How do you think Dubov should recapture?
Well, that answer's already been answered there. After bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5, and after bishop takes, I would probably, he takes with the queen here. I was actually considering taking with the knight. I was considering, wasn't pulling the trigger yet, but we didn't have any moves with the knight after knight c5, so queen takes c5 makes sense. I'm just ready to move this knight off of d7. But queen takes c5 is the correct move, and a3 is now hanging with pressure on the c pawn.
Yeah, no, for sure. Indeed, a3 is hanging, and also white cannot take on b5 because that will leave his knight hanging on c3. So MVL has some problems to solve. And also we see Dubov playing very, very fast. Yeah. Over 3 minutes on the clock, while MVL only has like 1:45. So that's definitely a good sign for Dubov. His position
what kind
looks
of prep
good.
Was this? This was prep? This had to be. Dubov's time advantage is insane. Exactly. This I didn't even notice here, Bach. But did he move at all? I mean, did he waste any time, Bach? Any time?
I mean, he did think for a little. Oh wait, the draws agreed.
Oh, draw agreed. Wow.
Bruh.
Wow.
Bruh.
I'll blitz out all of this, make y'all think I'm about to hit this man with the haymaker, and then I'm gonna draw.
Now, here's one problem I have. Like, why are draw offers allowed in the first place?
It's a good question.
Why?
It's blitz.
I think that's definitely a wrinkle in the regulations. Draw offers should not be allowed, in my humble opinion. They should only allow draws by repetition or 50 moves. Right. I don't agree with the draw by agreement.
By agreement, yeah. I think the same thing, especially in blitz chess, for sure. 100% draw. I agree. Like, you should just play it out. It's a blitz game. I mean, you get 3 minutes per 2-second increment. Y'all can figure this out by repetition or by playing, right? You know, I think obviously classical and rapid is different stories, but with the blitz here, it doesn't take that long. You know, let's just finish the game.
Yeah. No, for sure. But yeah, even in classical and rapid, I feel like, there are getting more tournaments where draws by agreement are not allowed. And so, yeah, I'm surprised that FIDE, I think this trend started in FIDE tournaments. Or actually, you know, they're called the Sofia rules because it's all stems from the tournaments that were held in Sofia way back in the day where they didn't have, you couldn't offer a draw, right? It had to be a repetition or 50 moves. So it's weird that in this tournament it is allowed. So people are saying then people just do repetition, but I mean, for example, MVL and Dubov, they're not like very close friends, right? So they don't talk before the game like, hey, do you just want to repeat the moves? I mean, it's not like here they can suddenly make a draw out of nowhere. They would play it out. So I don't agree with this. Also think about us. Think about us for a second. We're the spectators. We want to see a fighting game, and we're just getting a draw.
That's right, chat. How do you feel right now, chat? How do you feel, chat? Chat.
Yeah.
How do you feel right now?
I think
do you feel
the
good
chat feels. I think the chat feels sad, or people are sad.
I see sad, just cheated, disappointed, sad. Let me hold on. Where's my David emote? My David Howl. Let's get our David Howls going in the chat, please.
Yeah.
My David Howl face. The sponsors.
Yeah, no, I think actually that David Howell emote was after some short draws in the Mag store.
Yeah, it was. So. It was that. It was from the Mag store.
It was that. Yeah. So this is a case of Satch indeed.
Oh, that was the greatest emote.
It
was just perfect timing and everything.
Yeah. No, I mean David had a point there, right? He was thinking, of course, about the spectators, and
that's right.
Of course, we all want to see we want to see it fought out till the death. And in the meantime, we see that Aronian is in trouble against Artemiev.
It's 3 in a row. Hey, Magnus had the same thing, right? I think he drew that third one. He lost 2 and then drew or won the third. I don't remember, but
Yeah, is he just on complete tilt or what? What is what is
that's
happening to
exactly what it
Levon?
is, right? What happened,
Yeah,
guys? What happened?
like he was
That
cruising
one
and then he
loss.
lost that game to MVL, and now he is down
And
a.
tilted.
No wait, actually, he's
3,
up a
6,
pawn. He's up
7,
a pawn,
36.
but
Ain't
his
bad here.
king is very very weak. All
His
the dark
bishop's
squares
out of
around his
play.
king are weak, and more importantly, his pieces are quite passive. Especially the bishop on a2 is kind of blocked in. So I like Artemiev's position definitely in the blitz game.
Definitely in a blitz game, absolutely. Especially with the time situation too as well. According to the live feed here, what we have, it says that Levon has 10 seconds, but
Yeah.
not really sure.
But maybe he can hang on here. If Levon makes a draw, he stays within half a point of Dubov. Maybe someone can catch. No, no one can catch up with Dubov, but people can get closer. So I feel like this is not the right strategy from Dubov to take his foot off the gas. Felt like okay, with 1.5 more minutes on the clock in a good position, he should have just kept playing. I mean, looked like MVL was in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess he's comfortable where he is. And he's like, all right, I got a few more rounds left. Maybe he just didn't want to fight and risk it with MVL too as well. But I mean, he knows he's gonna get some other like it's not MVL next round, like you guys mentioned earlier. He's gonna play somebody else
Yeah,
just as strong or a little bit weaker, like not
indeed.
significantly weaker than MVL.
Yeah, no easy pairings in this tournament. I mean, maybe Dubov. I don't know if he's played Magnus yet. He can easily play Magnus, and
Oh,
that could
jeez.
ruin his tournament right there.
That's tough,
Um,
man. If you
so
ever get faced with Magnus, whether he loses
yeah,
5 games in a row or not, that's always a hefty parent.
yeah. But Levon is not out of the woods at all. I mean, Black is his very strong past B pawn. White is a double D pawns that are not doing anything. Black also has an extra double pawn on the king side, which doesn't play much of a role. But you know, both of the pawns are controlling a lot of squares. Right, we see the pawn f5, and he gets a pawn all the way down to b2.
Snappers.
But how does he make progress?
Yeah,
Maybe
there's
bring the
no
king
way,
up.
right?
Rook b3, that's a nice move. Definitely looking tough here for Levon. So
Like
can he hang on, or will he lose a third game in a row? What do you think? What do you think,
I think
James?
he'd be able to hold on here because
Mm-hmm.
I think my king's pretty active as white.
Yeah.
And so I'm able to either run up the C file or grab the F pawn. My pawn's on the D file. I got some play here, and you're never going to get me off of B1 without my bishop taking. I got the square
Indeed.
covered.
Yeah.
D6 happened. Oh, he brought the king in. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah. So he's doing
actually,
fine. It should be drawn.
on the main board, we now have the game between Haik Martirosyan and Kirill Alexenko.
Ooh,
Haik is
second.
only a full point behind Dubov. So if he would win this game, he would catch up, but it's sort of a reverse situation from his last game where he has the rook and a couple pieces and Black has the queen. But it seems like Black probably has to take a draw because White's pawns are very far advanced. Oh, he
Right,
takes the
push them boys
bishop.
down the board. It's crazy. Whoa,
Oh,
man, so
wait,
many tactics. Can I
how?
tuck the king and roll? Tuck and roll with the king somehow.
But if this pawn doesn't promote, White should be lost somehow.
Yeah,
Very
that's
tense
right. That's
situation.
100%. Oh, wait a second. Hold on.
I think he's
I
going
don't
down
feel
here
good enough.
because Black can
Ooh.
easily push his pawns up the board, but White is getting very far advanced. Rook f7
Oh,
now.
he's about to take with check.
Just
Oh, that's how. Queen h7, GG.
right, but still Rook f7, and then you go King g5, h5, h4, but looking very tough. King
Should
h,
be
Queen h4 on the
able.
board, but if you just stab the king up, King f5,
I can't take with
I
check.
have
If
no
I
idea
could
what's
take
going on. I
d4 with
think
check, yeah. Yeah.
I
Can I
predicted
take
this
with
game.
check,
I think this
check,
game
check?
can still go either way.
5 seconds on the clock. Look. Hey, this is very, very low for the time.
Yeah,
Just check. Just move. He is doing that. Can we pick off the
indeed.
rook? Do we have time? No, he's gonna block.
Oh, Queen, Rook. Oh, but now you go Queen g8,
Queen
and there's
b.
no progress to be made. You have to go King d7, and then you can
Yeah.
never make progress. He
Oh,
goes
he's
King
lost.
c4,
He's
and now
lost,
the
right?
b pawn is ready to roll down the board. So
Yeah,
Kirill
that's GG.
Alexenko is gonna win,
That's a
and
dub.
that will bring
Sheesh.
him one and that. No, wait. He will
Where's he
get.
at? What the hell? Single been hitting hard.
He will only
He
be
was-
a point behind Dubov.
Okay.
Yeah,
1 point.
only
for
point behind
Alexenko,
Dubov.
yeah.
Let's see.
Good job.
Artemiev looks winning. Wait, I think Artemiev, did he win yet? Artemiev did win, so Levon loses a third game in a row. He's completely collapsed. What do you think happened there? Was it just a tilt, maybe fatigue? What do you think?
A little bit of both. It is number one, 21 games.
Yeah.
Number two, I mean, we've seen it with Magnus. And you know what's funny? The only person that we haven't seen this with is Hikaru. So look, let's get some claps in the chat for our boy, right? I mean, 21 games. Look, if it wasn't for obviously him having the mishap today, like he didn't lose a game. No losses for Hikaru. No losses. Undefeated.
Yeah.
What did he say since 2019? Right. So he went beautiful performance. But as soon as you get that one loss, if you can't get over that immediately, it hits you. And you see it with Levon. Magnuson had it. This is when the last time Magnus ever had a tournament like this, ever. Yeah. Right. So Magnus is looking bad right now, in bad shape because of the sight part, obviously, and maybe some other issues, obviously, that maybe we don't know about. But yeah, man, it's rough. It's crazy here. Levon having a tough one these last few rounds with only 2 left.
Yeah, no, very, very tough for Hikaru. And yeah, I really feel like if this would not have happened, I really feel like he would have had very good chances to win, really due to his consistency. He is used to these, like, playing 6 hours of Blitz day in, day out.
Streaming.
And really that consistency could have pulled through in the end.
That's right.
But yeah, unfortunately he wasn't able to play today. So very, very sad.
Very sad, sorry.
It's tough,
we root for our boy always, right? It's great. Cool stuff. Yeah. Levon got to snap out of this, though, 2 rounds if he wants to have a chance at this anymore.
Indeed. So, yeah, Dubov is leading the field now with 14 points out of 19 games. Right behind him will be MVL and Artemiev with 13.5. And then we have a pack of players with 13 points, which includes Alexienko, among others. I don't know who else is in there. I mean, I can do a quick check, but results are not updated just yet. Magnus did win his game, but indeed it seems like it's getting late early. Magnus is 1.5 points back with 2 rounds to be played. Again, it's not going to happen. We have, let's see who else we have. We have Firouzja. Firouzja won. He's only a point behind Dubov. Then let's see what happened. Duda beat Greg Operin. So Duda is also only a point back.
Man, look at that.
Let's see how Jan did. Jan lost with the white pieces to Sindarov. So Sindarov also only a point behind. And then let's see, Grishuk and Anish drew. So they are too much behind. Rasmus Svana lost to Shakhriyar Mamajarov. So yeah, once again, Dubov's leading the field. Behind him are MVL and Artemiev. I think one of those 3 players will win the event. I think the others probably are just too far behind. But maybe miracles can always happen if one of those players, wins the last 2. But I think at this point, it's probably just going to be Dubov. He's played a lot of the top players. He's going to be white in the next round. Maybe he'll have white after that as well. So it's definitely looking good for Dubov.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking it for Dubov too as well. He's playing great chess. As we see, he made it up here to the top. But I think we can, right now, especially in these last 2 rounds, you're going to see some of the fiercest chess from some of these boys here today. As especially Firouzja knows, look, hey, I'm right behind you. Hold up. Firouzja is like, yo, I'm in striking distance. If I get these last 2, then we'll be talking about maybe a playoff or something like that, depending on what happens in these last 2 rounds. So these last 2 are very critical. And Dubov gotta show up, or that's a wrap.
Indeed, yeah. Firouzja finally getting on a streak. He's only a point behind Dubov. Maybe they'll play in one of the next rounds. So if Firouzja can beat him there, the tournament is wide open once again. But yeah, guys, the last 2 rounds are going to be very, very exciting. We are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere, you guys, to find out who will become World Blitz Chess Champion. 2 more rounds to be played. We'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE Blitz World Chess Championships in Warsaw, Poland. James, in round number 20, the penultimate round, Dubov is playing Ali Reza with the white pieces. Dubov leading the tournament, Ali Reza a point behind. What do you expect to happen in this game?
Chat, what you think about to happen? I just want to give it to the chat. Did you hear what Box said, y'all? It's Dubov versus Firouzja. Dubov versus Firouzja, right? So whatever you're doing, you just need to watch. Just watch. It's going to be that kind of game. I don't know what this is going to be. Look, I'm even looking in the chess.com chat. Somebody said this one's going to be really interesting. It
Yes,
is. You see that too, Bob? Yeah.
yeah, I see that. I see that comment too. Yeah, no, but Dubov, he's gonna go for the dub, and I think Ferrugia is gonna go for fire.
Yeah.
Right, and yeah, so yeah, expect an interesting game here. Ferrugia, if he wants to win, he has to win this game with the black pieces. Right, he has to try to get a fighting game somehow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he can take an early draw here. And then on the second board, the board below us, we will be keeping an eye out on the game between Artemiev and MVL, right? They're only half a point behind Dubov, so they still have all the chances in the world to win this one. There's also a pack of players a point behind Dubov, but as we speak, we are off. We see the move 2 knight f3 on the board by Dubov, and Dubov playing this very solid with the fianchetto. I think Ferrugia is going to try maybe King Zinian setup. I think he doesn't want to go into, like Grunfeld, because that could allow, the trading that gets very dry. We see a4 by Dubov. What do you make of that move, James?
A4, I'm a King's Indian specialist myself. I do live by and die by the KID. So I do remember the A4s are usually just to gain space, but it's not a move that you're afraid of at all, in fact. In any lines of the A4s, it's just one to do. It will throw you off. It's different territory for sure. But one way that you can do things is with playing A5 and then playing knight C6 and D5. So it's a different way of playing.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And
we see Ferrugia striking in the center with the move E5. Now Dubov's moves like A4, A5, and B3 do look a little bit pointless. He goes knight at D2 and E4 by Ferrugia. He's complicating the game very early on. Wait, what about a move like knight D5 here, hitting the rook? It looks very awkward to deal with. I don't like at all what Dubov has done. It looks weird.
I mean, what problem did A4 do at all? Right?
Nothing.
Exactly.
And
knight C5
rook
and we
A4,
live?
but rook C5 sends you right back. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever what he's doing.
Man, rook A3, I don't know what he's doing here. I think probably Ferrugia, like looking up at him, probably looking at him, looking around. Is this a prank? What is this?
Yeah.
What is this? What are we going through? Rook A3 or rook A2?
Yeah, indeed. It looks very weird. Yeah, not to trash on Dubov, but this is how amateurs play when they just learn the game, right? They push the pawn up, and then they activate their rook, but of course it doesn't really do a whole lot. Ferrugia could already... Wait, knight b4, isn't that just winning a pawn? Because you hit the rook, and if the rook moves, you can trade the queens and take on c2, and it's on the board. Knight b4. Wait.
Oh man, get this man off the board
Wait,
in a few moves? This is
Dubov,
ridiculous.
after 13 moves with white, is in massive trouble. I mean, this is not what you want when you're leading the world championship. I mean, what is this by Dubov? I don't understand that at all. And if Ferrugia wins this game, they will blow the tournament wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very strange stuff here. And yeah, so let's see.
Sheesh. I mean, we know Dubov played much better than this. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. Dubov is a fan of, like, I'm a fan of Dubov's play,
Yeah.
And this was just not like Dubov. What?
And he goes bishop a3, sacrificing the exchange. All right, so bishop takes c5 has to be
creative.
played.
That's
and
creative.
Rook e8
like that.
blitzed out by Ali Reza, but I'm not buying it. He's down the exchange. Oh, bishop takes e4. Okay, you cannot take the bishop because of rook to d8. You have back rank problems, so probably develop the bishop first. Maybe the e6 or g4.
This should be
looking tough here for Dubov.
Maybe it's g4. Yeah. No, definitely still tough. I do have to commend the creativity of bishop a3. It looked crazy, but with the activity that he got for it, it's like, okay, that makes sense because your position was straight garbo. What are you doing with your life? But at the same time, he actually made a lot out of this because a lot of people can fall for these tricks. Rook takes c4, rook d8, right? Bishop g4. I mean, you got some compensation. Knight d6 is annoying too as well.
Yeah. Bishop h3, bishop g2 by Dubov. Yeah, Ferrugia here really trying to put the hammer down and trying to beat Dubov. So let's see how this one will proceed. I guess a trade on g2 and maybe move in the other rook. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, very, very strange game by Dubov. I don't know what he was planning in the opening. Yeah, I'll just trade on g2 now. Maybe bishop g4 chosen, nice move. Because the only way to protect this pawn is to play f3, but then you're blocking your own bishop.
Right.
So what does white even do here?
Well, it's a common idea that they do play f3, and then you move the bishop and they play e4. You actually do it twice. You bishop f5, e4, then you move it to e6. Usually,
Indeed.
then the bishop just looks stupid on G2, and you have to waste tempi to open it up again. Usually,
Yeah,
we'll see though.
100%.
We'll see because I mean,
And
rook D2 maybe, rook D8
yeah,
though,
but
probably.
then you just take on D2. And
Oh yeah, you
if
see on
Dubov would
Tiebreaks.
lose this game, that would open up chances for Artemiev or MVL to take over the lead. Let's have a very quick look at what's
Getting
happening in that
spicy.
game. It looks
He
like
got
white is a slightly
D6.
better position because of the bishop on G2 that's putting pressure on the diagonal. So maybe
Man.
Artemiev could take over the lead, and he then would still have a chance of
What is
becoming
going on? Pieces
world
hanging,
champion.
F6 hanging, B6 hanging, D7 hanging. Yo,
Yeah.
these games today, what's the piece count? 3, 6, 3, 6.
Bishop E3 on the board by
Man,
Dubov.
why just, oh, you got knight
But
D5, huh?
why do you just snap on
Strange.
E2? I mean, you're up in rook D2 on the board by Dubov.
6, 3, 6.
He's definitely in trouble. But this knight at A2 is still, not at the gates just yet. C6 is hanging, so both players getting to a minute. Firouzja takes on C4, but he should be able to win this game. Once again, it's not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, them bishops, yeah, they swiping. Bishop
Yeah.
takes C6 is coming. So rook D8 anyway? Rook
Right.
C8, but then rook D7. Strange.
Indeed,
This
yeah.
is,
If you move the rook over,
no.
then rook D7 is going to come. And, okay, rook D7. What do you do with black? How do you... Or do you go knight B4? Maybe just go knight B4,
yeah.
B4.
And if A7, rook A8.
Or knight takes C2, right? Because if this bishop moves,
Immediately.
you go rook E1 and pick up the knight.
So you're not
Sounds
worried
like
about bishop takes B6?
But I mean,
like
rook E1
A7.
and rook takes A1, then you're up a full rook.
Oh, you're talking about rook E1 take knight, yeah. And then come back
Yeah.
up the back way, rook A1. Yeah.
Indeed.
Beautiful.
So we see C3 by Dubov. Okay, Ali Reza probably has to take now on C3. We'll see a trade, and then rook to D7 by Dubov, going after the pawn on A7, which is very difficult to protect. So this game is not over at all. You cannot protect... I mean, if you go rook A8, bishop takes C6, white has full compensation. Bishop can draw back to D5. So let's see. Maybe you have to play for activity, like rook D8, give up the pawn, and go rook D1. But it's tricky. Both players having around 40 seconds. Not over at all.
Yeah, not over. I mean, from where it was, look, from what he had, Bach, to this, this is Dubov is playing super strong chess.
Indeed.
His position was straight garbage, capital G. But here he has some weird chances here.
Yeah, but I like what Ali Reza does here, rook D1 and rook A1. Now you cannot take the pawn on B6 because that allows rook to E1 and you're going to lose the bishop. That will be too much.
Very nice.
And C5 by Ali Reza. So it's very nice here for black that this rook cannot move. If you move the rook, then I'm going to take on A6 and it's game over. And otherwise, black should be able to improve his position. Maybe bishop D4 initiate the trade. So then the other rook comes into play. So I do think Ali Reza should be winning this game. He goes rook to A2, threatening rook takes C3. So Dubov probably has to move the king up. King F3, bishop D4 on the board.
Yeah, there's no bishop moves, and that is going to be a wrap. Sheesh,
Yeah.
you got to give that up. I mean, maybe you got bishop B4 to try.
Yeah.
That's like to try, but literally that's it. Bishop B4, maybe try to get the bishop to D5. It is there.
And we have more moves. King F4. Wait, G5. G5, that's game. If you take, there's rook A. If you go King F5, rook A5, and you lose the bishop D3 instead by Ali Reza, bishop D5.
Still queening.
But D2, there's no way. I think you're just losing. You cannot stop the pawn, and you're not creating enough counterplay. Took an F7, bishop D5 back, but can you queen? What if you just queen?
And then King H8.
Yeah. There's no way white has enough there. And indeed, it's on the
Yeah,
board.
he did. Indeed, he queened. Oh,
and queen takes D5. Very
takes
clean
D5.
way to convert.
Speak. Wow. He did his tactics. He did his tactics today. Ouch.
And Dubov going down with the white pieces against Firouzja. So Firouzja fully catches up with Dubov. And in the meantime, we see that Artemiev and MVL drew their game. So now there's a lot of players in the lead with 14 points. So let's see. Let's see what happened on the other boards. So crushing win for Firouzja.
Yeah.
Blowing the tournament wide open. We see Magnus. Magnus is beating Jan. Let's have a look at what other pairings are relevant.
Oh, Magnus won. Oh, yeah,
so Magnus won. He's only half a point behind the leaders, but I still
Wow.
think
Really?
it's unlikely that he can win because a lot of players are leading, and his tiebreak is probably also not the best. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I
That's
feel
true.
like Dubov made a mistake in that last game by taking his foot off the gas and making a quick draw. Right, that's where you lose momentum, and that also messes with your mental. Right, you have to keep going in tournaments like these.
You know what? Look, I'm looking at tie breaks. I mean, and I know you're in events too. Under the standings, weirdly enough, Magnus has nasty tie breaks. So if he
Oh,
went down to
he's
tie breaks, it wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be that bad. He's like his tie breaks are better than Farouja's. In fact, as I'm looking
huh.
at, and if the SB is wrong here, it looks like Carlson has very nice tie breaks. So if he wins and he's able to get up there, his tie breaks could be crazy. This could be nuts if he wins.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be a nuts situation on our
That'd
hands
be
here.
insane if Magnus wins, but there will be Dubov, Faruja, Artemiev, MVL, and maybe a bunch of others who will be half a point behind him. So if one of those players will win, Magnus will not be able to catch them. But let's see
Right.
what's happening here. In the meantime, Duda seems to be beating Kirill Alexyenko, but it's not over just yet. He's probably winning, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's a draw. I have no idea. I mean, maybe if you walk the king,
I
it is
got the
opposite
right
color bishops.
square,
Could
but yes, ops.
probably a
I
draw.
got.
I can't tell.
Maybe we could work our way to the A2 pawn.
Yeah.
Try it.
Um.
Mm,
Oh, but now Duda's made a lot of progress. Duda should be winning this one, and then he will join the leaders on 14 points. So let's see. That is that game. Then we also have Sindarov versus Levon Aronian. Let's try to pull that one up on the second board. We see that Levon won. So Levon is back
No,
in
he
it.
won.
He is back in the
He
lead.
needed that. Man, that
So
was rough.
going
Was even
into
bad.
the final round, I think there will be 6 players leading the field. There will be Dubov, Faruja, Artemiev, MVL, Duda, and Levon.
Can we get a
So
tiebreaker
still,
reminder just in case? I mean, or a tiebreak format. What is that going to be? I'm assuming Blitz.
I think it's going to be Buckholes, and in case there's a tie, they will play a 3+2 tiebreaker.
Okay.
So Magnus still has a theoretical chance. If all those players are paired against each other and they all make draws and Magnus wins, he's in it. But I mean, will all of them make draws? I mean, many of them have played each other, so yeah. And indeed, Duda does win. He joins the leaders. I mean, this is going to be a crazy, crazy last round. Yeah,
Yeah, it's about to be nuts. What games are left actually? Are there
yeah.
any games? Let me refresh. It's probably over.
I think this round is wrapping up. Yeah, indeed. Like I said, Dubov, Artemiev, MVL, Levon Aronian, Duda, and Faruja are leading the field with 14 points. And then the only one on 13.5 is Magnus Carlsen. He did beat Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces. So he still has a mathematical chance. Like you said, he has nasty tiebreaks, but none of them can win their last game. So I think it is very, very unlikely that will happen. But who knows? He has nasty tiebreaks.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's
Although
5
his
people with 14. So
wait, his
14, I mean,
tiebreaks
5
are
people out here. That's crazy. Dang, look at
his,
Bronian's tie breaks. Oh my goodness.
although his tiebreaks are there might be people with better tiebreaks to be honest.
Then
But let's
Ronian's?
see.
Let me get that refresh.
Right, but the tiebreaks are in order: first point scored, of course, then buckles without the lowest scoring opponent, then buckles, and then average of opponent's ratings, direct counter rating, so all those things. So yeah, the
Yeah.
buckles without your lowest scoring opponent is the most important. Do know that the prize money is shared equally between the players on the same number of points. And there will be a player for first place that consists of 2 3+2 games if players tie on an equal score. Only the top 2 will be in that playoff, same as in the Rapid. Unfortunately, some do not make it. So I think that is definitely, an indicator that players will not take a quick draw. Right? They know that if my tiebreak is not good enough, I'm not making it. So they will have to fight.
Yeah.
And if in the tiebreaker those games end in a draw, I don't. Probably there will be no Armageddon because there was not an Armageddon in the Rapid. Probably the same format where they'll just keep playing until a player wins a game.
Yeah, and then that'll be the winner, declared winner.
So yeah,
This
this last round is gonna be
too.
fire.
It's about to be nuts. Oh my goodness, bro! Like MPL, Duda, Faruja, Dubov. So Dubov and Faruja aren't playing. So they won't play each other.
Yeah.
So what do you think this matchup gonna look like?
I have no idea what the last round pairings are gonna be. It can literally
That's great.
be
it literally is
anything.
just anyone.
Yeah. I have no idea. We'll just have to wait. We'll just have to wait. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be fire. We'll have to keep an eye out on like 4 games, but I mean.
Yeah, we'll have it up live. Most likely we'll have them. So hopefully we can have it up there.
Yeah.
This is the final round.
We'll keep an eye out on 2 games for sure. Maybe we can see if we can keep an eye out on more, but that does seem to be almost impossible. But yeah, pairings should be coming up shortly. But yeah, this is definitely going to be one of the most exciting last rounds in a World Blitz Championship that I've ever seen. I've never seen something like this.
Yeah, I mean, with these big dogs too, Aronian, we keep calling him LeBron Aronian, right? You already know Dubov does his thing. Faruja is Fyro, Mr. 2800, right? Then you have Duda winning World Cup, and then MVL is MVL, right? He's like a superhero when you use 3 letters, just MVL.
Most valuable, right? What is it? Most valuable, I don't know. Make up something for the L. I don't want to say loser. Most valuable.
Life.
Lightsaber.
Lightsaber.
Most valuable legend. There you go.
There you go. Lawyer. Okay. Lizard. Ooh, nice. Lizard. Yeah, I'm a lizard. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, pairings are not up just yet, but once again, guys, this is gonna be fire. We'll just have to wait. We'll just have to wait. I mean, I have no idea who's gonna win this one. I mean, we can have a quick look at who has the best tiebreak. But probably the player with the best tiebreak is. Wait, did Sindarov lost? Maybe it is Levon. Maybe it is Levon. I have no idea. Could be anyone.
Tiebreak's nasty.
I think it is very likely that we'll see a tiebreak here as well, and I think once again it is quite unlikely that Magnus will be in it because all the top players will have to draw their game and he has to win.
That's a lot.
You never know. The Norwegians are praying.
That's right. Yeah, they working. They put on some Norwegian magic. See what they can do. But obviously, these many people having 14, it's just not happening. It's just the chances are very unlikely, but
Indeed.
Just have to see.
Yeah. But yeah, guys, we'll just have to wait for the pairings to come in. We will let you guys know what they will be. It's going to be exciting for sure. No doubt about that. So don't go anywhere, you guys. This will probably be our last break of today, or maybe there will be a tie break. Regardless, don't go anywhere, you guys. The final round of the World Blitz Chess Championship will be decided after this break. We'll see you guys then. Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the World Blitz Chess Championship in Warsaw, Poland. Canty, in the last round, I have no idea what's going to happen. We see that 6 players are in the lead, and we have some very exciting last round pairings. We have Duda versus Artemiev on the top board, Faruja against Levon Aronian, and then Dubov against Anish Giri, and MVL against Magnus Carlsen. All these 7 players still have a chance to win. What do you think is going to happen?
This is just going to be like a shoot in the dark, and hopefully, you can hit the target because anything can happen here. It's Blitz here. We got Aronian that, of course, he had the 3 L's, and he bounced back. All right, and then we still have Anish and Dubov here. We don't know what's going to happen there. Artemiev, where did he even come from? We didn't even know he was doing anything. But now he's in the lead, right? He's in a potential position here to actually win and take first. So it's insane. Shot in the dark. Just throw it up in the air, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully it sticks and lands, or whatever they say.
And especially the fact that Magnus still has a chance to win is absolutely insane. He was like 2 points or like 1.5 points back with 2 rounds to play, or like 2 points with 3 rounds. it just seemed impossible, but he still has a chance. He's only half a point back. If he beats MVL with the black pieces, and if the other games end in a draw, he still has a chance of making it into the tiebreak because he has good tiebreaks, and then he can still win the whole thing. But games are about to begin, so let's switch to that. So the main game we will be keeping an eye out is Duda against Artemiev on the top board. And for now, we have Ferrugia against Aurelian on the second board. We will definitely keep an eye out on the games between MVL and Magnus and Dubov against Giri, but this is going to be fire for sure.
Definitely. Wait for
So
these games
players
to
are
kick
getting
off,
in
guys.
their seats. Tension must be insane over there. Everyone knows they has a chance of winning the whole thing if they win.
But I mean, I have to put up like 3 different boards. I know.
Yeah,
Up to
and
the
d4
Magnus
on
game.
the board by Duda. Artemiev plays the Queen's Gambit declined. Oh wait, we have the same game on both the boards. Danny Range did that. But yeah, there will probably be no quick draws because they know that they will not lead them anywhere. Wait, let's pull it up. Come on.
Everybody blitzing it out too. Everybody playing their stuff. Looking good.
Yeah, just pull up the game between.
It's got to be all out 100%
Oh,
on
Dubov
every
already
top
made a
board. That's
draw.
right.
What is that? What is
Stop
that?
playing. I'm about to knock over my computer.
Bruh.
I'm not.
Are you kidding me? And we see a reload pass between MVL and Dubov. I mean,
wow.
first of all, why is it even allowed to make to? I don't know if he offered a draw once again. Why is it first of all even allowed? And why would you? Why would you not take the chance to become World Blitz champion?
What? Wow, man. I don't know what I'm speechless. I'm speechless on that. I mean, you gotta like. I'm speechless on that. Maybe somebody said they protesting. Maybe they are.
Is he pro? I mean,
I
but he
mean,
did win some
and
games
the rest of the
earlier.
games ain't draw yet, so they can't be.
Yeah.
Maybe everybody ain't in on that protest, you know.
All right, so Dubov at best makes it into a tiebreak. I mean, he guarantees himself some nice prize money, but why would you not go for your, lifetime opportunity to become World Blitz champion?
That is correct.
I'm trying to get the other games up here, but it's not working. We'll just
all right, well, that kind of makes
Carlson.
it easier for a few other players on decision wise. Should I keep playing on, right? What does it look like?
Yeah.
One is already down.
Yeah. So Dubov at best makes it into a tiebreak. I don't know how his tiebreaks are. Let's have a quick look. Dubov does have pretty good tiebreaks, so in case all of this ends in draws, he has a good chance of making it in, but we'll see. In the meantime, we see a trade here on d5. This looks pretty pleasant for Duda against Artemiev. Let's see if he can create some real problems here, or if Artemiev will hang on. Okay, so definitely more pleasant for white. Especially if we compare the bishop on d3 and f4 are definitely more active than the bishops on b7 and e7. Goes rook fc1, maybe queen a4, pressure the queen side.
I was just thinking, rook f to c. I mean, usually you see a to c, but he went f to c, so he's going queen a4.
Yeah.
Knight b5. That's nice. Shoot. I mean, he's in there. Queen a4, knight b5, put something on c7, double on the c file. Just dominate the whole c file and everything on the queen side. You just literally win on the queen side of the board.
Indeed. And
94, I like it.
Ferrugia versus Aronian. Do you have any idea how that one is going?
Ferrugia and Aronian, it feels like, open position. These are always nice, but Levon, if you look at Levon's games and you spend some time in his positions in the database.
So Ferrugia versus, it's looking pretty good for Ferrugia.
Yeah.
We will keep an eye out on that one as well.
It's open position.
Wait, let me.
Lots of tactics.
This real quick.
His time's low. He's down a minute, actually. I'm down a whole minute. Whoa, that could be. He would be 15 then, right? 15 points for Ferrugia. That would be 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. If Ferrugia wins, he is definitely in it to win it. We see Duda hitting the pawn on e4. I expect knight f6 here for Artemiev. But yeah, it's looking definitely better. And wait, there's
Ooh,
fire
what,
on the board
bro?
in Magnus's game.
What is,
Look at him, he's
yo,
all over
these
him. Look at
knights.
these knights.
Look at these knights, boy. Get these knights
Yeah.
up off you one time. Yo, Magnus out of nowhere. This is getting very scary, right? You ever felt your heart, like, you know, in your throat? Man, that's exactly what is going on. Queen takes h3 too, but maybe
then you take on
Bishop takes
g2 and you go into
h6.
the end game. Or rook g3, queen d7.
Yeah,
I have no idea what's going on there, but very, very tense there for sure.
this is strange. How did
It
you even
looks
get
like
these knights like that?
it looks like Duda's maybe a little bit better, but it's approximately even. So let's have a very quick look at what's happening in Firouzja's game. It's definitely looking nice for Firouzja. All his pieces are active. If Firouzja wins this game and Duda's game ends in a draw, he will win outright. So let's see what's going to happen there. Knight g5 by Firouzja is going right for the kill, hitting the f7 pawn.
Yeah, these tactics, I figured that this would feel a little bit better for Firouzja. It's all about who can strike first. Levon is nasty with tactics. Very, very nasty with tactics. But obviously Firouzja is too. You can smell the tactics in the air here.
Can you play bishop f... He goes bishop f6. Does white have anything nasty here? A move like knight h4 is nasty, trying to remove the defender. And if black would take, you just recapture with a lot of pressure. Also, Levon down to 30 seconds. If Firouzja wins this one, I think he will win this one outright. Knight h4 on the board.
Knight h4 on the board. Oh my goodness. Knight h4.
Yeah.
Magnus blunder. Oh, Magnus losing? What? This is nuts.
Magnus losing?
What?
Wait, what?
Chad,
what happened?
What?
Is he?
Hold on, let me flip.
Queen f5 is fine, no?
He's fine. No, he's fine, right? He's not losing.
Stop. I mean, I guess they mean that he's not winning. He's not winning the championship.
He's not
Queen
winning.
takes g5 by Firouzja. Only 14 seconds. Wait, rook takes e4, knight f5? Isn't that just... Rook takes e4, knight f5. 100%.
Oh, snap on e4. Yeah, and I'm looking at Ali Reza's game.
What do you do after g6? Oh, g6, queen f6.
Queen f6,
queen
yeah.
takes f5, bishop f7, and bishop h6. 100%.
Or queen takes f7, queen f6.
Oh, rook d1. Rook d1. Wow, still very good position for Firouzja. We see a trade on d1. That's definitely the nerves kicking in there. Levon only 12 seconds. Knight d7 on the board. Maybe f3. Where does the bishop even go? If you go to g6, I just take twice.
Snap those. Yeah, take everything. Maybe he goes forward anyway. Puts the knight on e5. Oh, board freezing. No time. Okay,
knight f5 on the board. Still a huge position for Firouzja, but he missed some immediate knockouts there. We see trade f5, knight f6 now. But still, the endgame is also nasty because white has the two bishops. c7 under pressure, f7 under pressure. Firouzja, will he doesn't go for the queen trade. h6 by Aronian. Will he close this one out and get the championship? Bishop c2. Maybe trying to line it up with the queen.
Right. Queen
not over just yet. Rook e6. Wait 1 second. And bishop f5. There goes the exchange.
Bishop f5.
Oh, and that's going to be all she wrote. Queen e6 on the board. Firouzja up in exchange. And he's also snapping off pawns. But it's not over just yet. It is Blitz. c6. Will Firouzja win this game and become World Blitz champion?
That could be. This is it. Wow.
Yeah.
Check.
Knight d5 on the board. Queen e5 trying to stabilize. I think Firouzja's going to win it all, guys.
Definitely.
Queen e5.
Very,
Queen
looking
c8,
very
ba.
good for him.
Now he also has the passed a pawns. Queen a6. Levon still fighting on. But I doubt that Firouzja will throw this one. Bishop d2, queen a5.
c4, immediate threat.
c4, queen a4, hitting the rook. That's not over just yet.
Yeah.
Because queen a4 and d3. Drop the king back.
Check.
But still, it feels like Firouzja should win this one. Something like queen b5. Queen back to c7. Maybe just a5, push the pawn off the board. Rook e1 play.
As pawns must be pushed. There it is.
a5, a5. Maybe.
a5.
Yeah.
a6
King g7 by Levon. Oh, and Duda.
There it is.
Duda won his game.
Duda wins his game. Huge.
Yeah. But it looks like Firouzja is closing this one out as well. MVL is in trouble, so it will probably be a tiebreaker between Firouzja and Duda.
Yeah.
Firouzja about to promote. He's up a full rook now. Levon is getting checkmated. And that's going to be all she wrote.
It should be a resi. Nothing. And it's probably going to update in a second or so.
Yeah. This is just too much. And there we go. It's in the books. Firouzja wins his final game.
And
so it's going to be...
Wow.
Unless... Wait, but MVL is also winning all of a sudden.
MVL's winning somehow. What?
Wait, MVL is
Magnus?
just crushing
MVL
Magnus. He's
wins!
trending mate
He
all over the
wins! Oh
place.
my goodness!
Wait, and
How did
MVL
this even
did win.
happen?
Holy smokes.
Wow. Wow,
So
Magnus
then
beat up
who
this
will make
tournament.
it into the
Dang.
tiebreaker? Wait, we were talking about Ferrugia winning, but he
Nuts.
might miss out.
We don't know who going in now. Wait, what's the tiebreak look like? Let's take a look at those.
Let's have a very quick look. Let's pull up the standings after round 20. We see that going into the final round, Duda and MVL had a better tiebreak over Ferrugia by quite a big margin. I mean, six Bukals got 1 point, so I think Ferrugia actually misses out. I think it's going to be a tiebreak between Duda and MVL. Damn.
Yo,
Insane.
insane.
Absolutely
If I'm
insane.
Reza, I'm hurt. I'm so hurt.
But we will have to wait for that.
Yeah, we have to wait and see.
for the final standings to come up. And then we
We'll
will
have to
let you
wait and
guys
see.
know what the tiebreak is going to look like.
Somebody says, "Is this your champion?"
Absolute
that's
chaos. Man,
That's funny.
this has been the craziest World Blitz Championship I've ever watched.
Man, that was
But-
nuts. That was insane. I'm still like the aftershock of that. I'm still thinking that MPL won. It's
Yeah.
shocking. When it
But
felt
yeah,
like Carlson
rough.
was working him.
Indeed. Rough for Ali Raza. He misses out by tiebreak. Yeah.
Yeah,
Finished on
right.
the same amount of points, but he's not making it.
Stuff.
So let's see if there
We'll
are
find
any
out.
other noteworthy games. Let's have a quick look
Nice
at the
little
pairings.
tiebreak. It's gonna be
So yeah, Duda and MVL probably coming first, so they are gonna fight it out for gold and silver. That's our assumption at least. Ali Reza probably bronze, and then Dubov, who did not fight in the last round, takes 4th place, and then there's a bunch of players who finish on 14 points, so they share 5th place.
nice. Yeah.
So let's have a quick look what's
It's
happening.
strange too. I just didn't want to fight. That's so
Yeah.
strange.
And yeah, we'll just have to wait for all the results to come in. Grishuk drew Kravtsev. Yeah, lots of results. But yeah, guys, a 3-way tie, but it looks like Duda is gonna play MVL for the playoff for gold and silver.
It's gonna be
So
nice.
we'll just have to wait
nice
for
little
that.
playoff. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have any idea what time that's gonna be. Probably at the half-hour mark.
Man, dude, they're having a great year.
Yeah. But we'll have to wait for the final standings. I mean, maybe by a miracle, Ferrugia still, makes it, but I really doubt it. He was quite far behind before the final round. And Buchholz doesn't just flip, right? Because it's the score of your opponent's. It's the sum of your opponent's scores,
Yeah.
right? So you're not gonna make up 6 points in a single round because a lot of your
That's
opponents
true.
are the same as your rivals.
That's true.
So let's go to events and let's have a look at the final results.
Refresh.
Just look over them real quick. Yeah. So we see MVL beating Magnus in the final round.
Crazy.
I know you guys cannot see it, but Duda beat Artemiev. Ferrugia beat Aronian, but it looks like Ferrugia will miss out on the tiebreaker. Very, very tough. Dubov made a quick draw against Anish, but why? Why? I don't get it. Maybe, I feel like it's out of protest or something. It's probably
Really?
some sort of... Duda made a lot of quick draws. I think some sort of protest. That's the only explanation
Right.
I have. It just
And that's
doesn't
what I
make
saw in the
sense.
chat too as well, because I'm like, I have no idea what that was.
Wait. Let's see. Right, you guys. Grishuk drawing his last game against Kravtsev. I don't know what score that puts him. Oh, wait, but guys, we might have... Okay, guys, we are gonna take a very, very short break, but when we come back, we might have live coverage of the tiebreaker between Duda and MVL. So don't go anywhere, you guys. This is gonna be fire for sure. Who will be World Blitz Champion, Duda or MVL? Find out after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the tiebreak of the World Blitz Chess Championship in Warsaw, Poland. Kanti, this is gonna be insane. We have a tiebreaker between MVL and Jan Krzysztof Duda. They finished on the same amount of points as Alireza, but they had a better tiebreaker. So unfortunately, Alireza will have to settle for bronze, and these two will fight it out. Who do you think is going to win?
You know what? That's a tough one to answer here. I know the styles are, I mean, they clash here. I would say MVL is going to stick to his guns, but he can play a little bit of some other systems as well. I know Duda is unpredictable, but rock solid in like any aspect. He's very universal. His style is he can adapt to it, and it's very hard to play the person that can adapt to any style and play the position. A very universal player. You would say he was able to beat Magnus, right? So it's tough to face Duda here, but MVL, you know, he made it this far. For me, if I had to give it to one, no, I actually would probably edge it out to Duda, to be honest.
Yeah, no, 100%. And yeah, as we speak, the drawing lots is going on right now to determine the colors. We just saw MVL in the frame. I just walked out. But yeah, below us is where it's all going to happen. And yeah, big shout out to Maria Emilianova for providing us with the live footage. She's Photo Chess on Twitch, so make sure to give her a follow, check her out. Once again, we can't be any more grateful that she is providing us with this. And just for you guys to explain the format, they will play 2 Blitz games with 3+2. In case there is a tie, they will not play an Armageddon. They will keep playing 3+2 games until one player wins. And in case of that tie, the player who plays with white first is the player with a higher rating, which I believe to be is Duda. So in case they tie 1-1, Duda will play with the white pieces first. If that is a draw, they'll play 1 3+2 game until someone wins. Once again, no Armageddon game.
No Armageddon. Okay. No Armageddon.
Yeah. So what do you think of that format, James? And no Armageddon at all?
You know, I like that. I like. I mean, hey, you just fight till somebody wins, and just keep going back and forth, right? I mean, well, actually, it's 1 white. There's no Armageddon, so there's no +2. There's just whoever wins first.
Indeed, 100%.
Right. So the draws. So whoever gets white usually can get an advantage there quickly.
Yeah, and yeah, as we see, the drawing lots just happened there, and Emil Satovsky addressed that issue in an interview. I think his point was basically that they're having not an Armageddon because in an Armageddon all the pieces are flying around and basically all the rules of chess are being violated, and they don't even know who really favors that. You know, so I think there's a point. I mean, we saw in the recent World Cup, you know, in Armageddon's pieces flying literally everywhere. So I mean, it's at least something new to try out.
That actually makes sense a lot of times because in the Armageddon sometimes like. You know, there are forced draw things where black wins, where you can just like find a perpetual and not kind of win the game. It kind of messes up the rules a little bit.
Indeed. And yeah, so we're waiting for this one to get underway. We see some sort of drawing lots there. Wait, Duda's opening up a box. Let's see what piece comes out. It looks like a black pawn. I think Duda's playing with black in the first game. At least that's what I think. MVL standing right beside him. Yeah. So yeah, once again, big shout out to Photo Chess for providing us with this live footage.
Shout out to Photo Chess, Maria.
And usually what they do is they open up the second box to show like, hey, this is not rigged. So let's see what's gonna happen.
We got what?
Yeah, guys, it's gonna be 2 Blitz games, just like in the 2019 World Blitz Championship when our man Hikaru Nakamura fought Magnus Carlsen in the tiebreak. Actually, insane thing in that championship, Hikaru and Magnus both scored 16.5 points, a hefty 1.5 points more
That's
than the
hefty.
15 points these players scored.
Boy, 16 and a half.
That is insane. Out of
Shit.
21 games. Yeah.
As we wait for this round to start, they're setting up and prepping.
Yeah. I don't know at what exact time we're going to start. But yeah, once again, guys, it's all going to happen here. We'll just have to wait for the board to pop up, either in events or live. And then we'll cover it here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're getting word that it's going to start in 10 minutes. So yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Okay. Dude gets to play white. Did you figure it out? Ben?
I thought he picked the
Black,
box with the
somebody said
black pawn
black.
in it, but I have no idea. It's kind of funny. Back in the day, Arbiter would just grab 2 pawns and be like,
Put
yo,
it
which
behind
one?
your
And then
back.
like, oh,
Yo, yeah.
this is the white pawn and you're playing white in the first game.
Exactly.
Oh.
Interesting.
Wait, wait, I think Duda has the black pieces, but I'm not 100% sure in the very first game. Once again, guys, this will be 2 games, just like in the Rapid. 3 plus 2.
Yeah.
So this is going to be fire for sure.
One with white, one with black. That's always good. So, it's not like, oh, well, he had the white pieces. Well, you did too. Right. So it's very,
indeed.
very even. Pretty nice. That's gonna be nice. Gonna be nice to see. This is time control doesn't change, right? Should be still 3-2, correct?
3 plus 2. Yep. 3 plus 2 all the way. I think, I don't know what it was in maybe in 2019, in case of a draw, they would play
5-0.
an Armageddon. But so it seems like the live board is finally here. So as we see, it is indeed going to be MVL with the white pieces against Jan Christoph Duda. So, and oh, by the way, it's so yeah, that's what's going to happen. So yeah.
Oh, you gotta read it. That is funny. That is hilarious. Yo, look at the chat.
Yeah. Wait, we're trying to Magnus tweeted something, so we're trying to pull it up. Just give us a second.
That's crazy. Trolling the tie breaks again. I don't know. It's crazy.
All right.
There. That's nuts.
So we
Show
have a
the
tweet
tweet. You
here.
can go.
We have a tweet here by Magnus Carlson. Just give me a second. Yeah. All right. So Magnus tweeted, "Some days you just don't have it. I was nowhere close to the level I needed to be today. Good outcome for the public though. Pretty sure no chess fan wanted to see Ali Raza in the playoffs anyway. Good luck to Duda and MVL." So probably some sarcasm again to the fact that it's going to be a 2-player playoff and not, with 3 players. So yeah. And once again, the criticism. by Magnus there.
Yikes.
But yeah, it is what it is. These rules were known beforehand, and yeah, maybe it had to be addressed by the players.
Maybe he should have put like a LOL in there or a smiley face or something, or like a joking
Nah,
face, something to let people
nah, that's not
know.
Magnus. Magnus doesn't use emojis. He's Sigma.
Yeah, yeah, he's just
He
like,
doesn't do that.
yeah, I was sarcastic about it, but like I
Yeah.
didn't really know. But were you or were you not? I don't actually know.
Yeah. But the players are getting ready. So yeah, we see MVL sitting at the board, 5 minutes to start, adjusting his pieces, taking his mask off.
Getting ready. Is it up in there? It is perfect. Up
Yeah.
and live. Hard.
And he has some water, you know. You know, it's nice to refresh a little bit.
Ready. Stretch your arms. Get ready. You know, take the pressure off yourself.
Yeah.
Because you know, you just play the game. If you put that pressure on, that's when it's really gonna get to you. Especially here these last two games.
Indeed.
Look at him in the zone. He in the zone. Nobody at the board.
Yeah.
He's smelling the pieces right now, getting the right aroma. Yeah, E4. That's gonna be nice. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I mean, players differ in styles, you know, in the sense that MVL feels like he needs to get in the board early, get into the zone, and Duda feels like he needs to relax for a little bit more before he gets into that, you know, tension zone, so to speak. But yeah, let's see. Duda should arrive shortly at the board. Just waiting for him to come in.
Yeah.
And then these two are gonna take off in 4 minutes.
Oh, 4 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, 4 minutes to start.
I wonder if Duda like check and prep real quick. Oh, I got 4 minutes. Let me see. Wait, what did he play against? No, but I know he knows. Like, I mean, but you literally could do, you know, some last 2, 3 minute, 4 minute prep. Maybe he got seconds to do that though. Hey, bro, give me the file. You know, he walk in and read the file real quick, because that's what the seconds do. It's really easy.
That is a good question indeed, whether he should do that or not. On the other hand, like, it might be nice to know some preparation going into the final game. Otherwise, on the other hand, it's more about, you know, how you feel. Like, are you feeling fresh? You know, they've played 5 days of intense chess, right? I think just your state of mind is more important than knowing 1 or 2 lines.
Yeah, that's correct. Absolutely, yeah. And endurance.
And we see MVL, and there we see the handshake between MVL and Duda.
Take my jacket off.
They're about to get underway. Photographs are being taken. This is it, you guys. Who is gonna win the last major title of this year? Is it gonna be MVL or Duda? Do we even have a poll?
We got a poll in the chat?
Probably have though, yeah. Yeah. Mods are working hard. Good job. Shout out to them.
Hardworking mods.
Indeed. So 3 minutes to start. This is gonna be fire, you guys.
They're getting ready. Setting up the pieces.
Yep, 2 minutes to start.
Everybody watching. The nerves are there.
I wonder why there are so many officials. Like,
they deep around there, ain't they?
Yeah.
Right.
So there's one guy who is holding the score sheet, so he'll write down the moves.
Yeah.
And then there's some photographers and some arbiters. But let's see. Okay.
Like they all around there though. Like really deep around them.
Okay, a little bit more than a minute to start. I think MVL is just gonna stick to his guns and go E4. Duda generally plays the Sicilian, the Najdorf.
And Carol Khan. I've seen him play Carol Khan too.
Oh, and Carol Khan. Yeah, true.
A lot.
So let's see what's gonna happen here.
We know MVO playing. Like, you know, E4-0, the Najdorf Sicilian. Unless we might see some Grunfield, you know, but and some G7 openings, Bishop G7 openings, as we'll see.
Indeed, yeah. And yeah. once again, big shout out to Maria for providing us this footage. Otherwise, we have no idea what would be happening.
Thanks, Maria. Here we go, y'all. Y'all ready? It's about to start.
Yeah.
About to start. That's white, right?
MVL
Do I have
wiping
the
some
first or
dust off the
second game
board
up?
there.
Yeah, the right game.
Both players looking very focused.
Probably gonna start in like the 40 mark. There it is.
And they are obviously a
And they
handshake.
off.
And
Oops, okay, gotta get a refresh.
yeah. All right, wait. Moves are not coming in here.
Oh,
Wait, this is
the
the
game
board.
wasn't live. Okay.
Come on, Danny Range, give us the moves.
I mean, it
I
was.
think it's a reload pass. It's a reload pass.
It's a real fast, and it's
with
on
bishop
events.
c5 and a4, rook b8.
Yeah.
Something like that. Come on. It's not our fault.
Events is working though. I think it's probably working because there's only one game in there, so maybe because
Okay, there we go.
it's not working. Yeah, events is working very smoothly.
Yeah. Okay, so indeed we do see a reload pass. And yeah, knight to b8 to d7, classic maneuvering there.
This one is Briar. I think
Yeah,
that's what they
some
call
sort
this
of
one.
Briar.
Briar.
And we see
something
MVL
like that.
going a4, hitting the pawn on b5. Duda went rook to b8 to defend. The pawn get out of the pin, or like the attack on the a file.
D4. What's the move?
Or no, wait,
Hang
sorry,
on,
he went
actually-
b4.
Interesting. Yeah, you could go knight d5, but I'd probably go knight e2.
Yeah. Where do you go with the knight here if you're MVL? Like knight d5?
Yeah,
I guess
E2,
knight
and
d5,
go
yeah.
to G3. Well, you win. Yeah, D5
Right.
obviously too, but knight
He
E2 I
chooses
like just to
d5
keep,
and
you know,
a5 right away by Dubov. White can grab the bishop pair here, but the bishop on
He said
e7
by
was kind of
Dubov.
passive.
A5 by
I-
Dubov.
I honestly like this position for Duda. I mean, the knight can come out of c5, where it will pressure the bishop on b3.
Yeah,
So not easy for MVL to deal with.
yeah. This is
Yeah,
why I wanted
MVL
to put the knight on E2 instead of
Yeah.
D5. Because his space factor, his bishop's still gross on E7.
Yeah. And both players are still playing very fast. Duda has 240 on the clock, MVL 220 and ticking down.
I know, right? Chat. He didn't even know. He didn't even know this. He didn't even know this. He didn't even know this. No, that's you, I've seen that. He didn't even know this. Okay, bishop takes C3. Takes to the prime BB carrot.
So you trade on f6. Okay,
And
maybe
bishop
d4,
D5.
bishop d5. Aha, this is difficult to deal with. If you go rook b8, a5 might be weak. Bishop b7
That's
is a
right.
move, but I expect him to trade in maybe d4. White should definitely be a little bit better here, I feel. So, what do you think?
We have
think Duda
his
should do here?
trades. Rook A7. This rook A7 and D4 played immediately. Very nice. Captures,
Yeah.
captures.
Yeah, the rook on a7 looks off. I mean, if he takes with the knight, knight b5 or knight c6 can always be a problem. So I
love
like how
knight
this
takes
has
d4.
progressed for MVL. Let's see what's going to happen. So he takes on... Okay, knight takes d4 and bishop d7 on the board by Duda. Okay, the computer likes this for black. It's giving a huge advantage. Queen c2 by MVL. A4 is a little bit weak. I mean, although this bar is swinging back and forth. Queen c2 by white. Right, white looks to be a
E4.
little bit better. He has a little bit more space. A5 is weak. Active piece in the center. What do you think black should do here?
Let me flip. Let me see. Oh, he played Queen E8. That's an interesting move. King's Indian style, but the bishop's on F6. So in these type of ideas, he's hitting A4, obviously, putting some pressure on E4 and C6. What a move, Bach. Queen A8,
Yeah.
Queen E8.
Yeah,
Nuts.
how do you deal with the attack on the pawn? Because if you go b3, there's all of a sudden c6.
Yeah.
Your bishop has to move back, and then the pawn on e4 drops.
Yeah.
And otherwise, you just don't see how you're defending the pawn. Maybe you can go for
In
some
fact,
sort
that
of
was beautiful of me
sacrifice.
here. what happened was the knight c6 was also a possibility that white wanted to play here. And a lot of times I listen to what Jacob Agar shared. He uses the 3 questions method. Kramnik uses it too in a way. But one of the questions was, what is my opponent's next move, basically? So knight c6 was like really nice. Would have been nice. Keep the hole there, take the bishops, right? Maybe grab some space. Queen e8 stops that, hits a4 and e4 and a c6 threat all at the same time. Nasty move from Duda.
And MVL goes knight to b3. Interesting move. If black now takes on a4, he will take on f6, forcing black to take with the g-pawn and opening up his own king. So Duda trades on b3. Solid move. I guess he will take with the bishop or something, but I think a lot of trades will happen here, and the position will become approximately even. So I think a draw is not out of the question here, and then it's all going to come down in the second game. But MVL is thinking here. How should he take with the... He takes with the queen, okay?
Takes with the queen.
Taking on c3. Can black take on a4? Oh, if you take on a4, there's queen d4 with a double attack on the queen, on the rook and the bishop. So goes c6 and queen d4.
Anyway, nice rook b7 for rook b4, but he moves on. d6 is hanging.
Yeah, I think white moves the bishop back, and then d6 is a bit weak, but it should be approximately even. I mean, white has his own weaknesses.
Maybe play queen e5 afterwards, and then double the rooks. But then, I mean, maybe they just do the same thing, rook d1.
Yeah.
Same as you. You take, I take.
Indeed, yeah. And yeah, I think bishop c4 here by MVL, sidestepping with the bishop. He can always go b3 to solidify the queen side. Both sides have around a minute. He dropped the bishop back to a2. Okay. I like bishop c4 better. So in case he goes b3, his own bishop is now blocked in. But let's see what Duda's going to do.
Definitely.
d6 is weak, but b2 is on the other hand also weak. So should be around even. Duda taking his time here.
I guess the bishop on a2, he's saying that, well, okay, long term, yeah, it's going to be even with that pressure with that bishop. Hence the move bishop b6.
Bishop b6.
Because that bishop's going to be long term pressure.
Indeed, if you take on d6, black takes on b2. Right? He took on d6, now rook takes b2. I wonder who will be better in this.
You take on a2 first, then e4, because taking on e6 gives the weak e pawn, right?
Right, yeah.
And then take
but on the other hand, the rook would be very active on b2.
That's true. It's active on b2, right?
Yeah.
It's an exchange.
This should be a although, if I would have to pick a side, I would pick black here, because it feels like the pawn on b2 is backwards. The rook on a2 will therefore be passive. They traded into an endgame, but this definitely looks more pleasant for black.
Definitely. I get my king to the center, I think. It feels like I'm more flexible. I'm a little bit more active. Rook b4 and d4. But if I push it, it gets weaker, so I have to be careful.
Indeed, 100%. So MVL still has work to do here to make the draw. Let's see if he'll make it. Actually, we also now have the board in live. Let's pull that up. Live has been updating a little bit better.
Oh, nice.
There we go, you guys. All right, so it's looking like it's even. D4 on the board by Duda. Rook d3.
Oh, he did play it. Rook d4 and d4.
And
yeah,
G6.
This is a principal way. It makes sense.
Rook e1, nice move. He wants to go rook e5, but I think one way or another, everything is going to get traded off. Rook b8, yeah, it's just going to be a draw. Rook e5, but okay, rook takes b3, rook takes d4.
Everything gets traded. You get behind the pawn and chill.
Yep. So I think it's just all going to come down in the second game. Goes rook to b4, and now, yep, we will see a 3 versus 2, 3 versus 3, and indeed a draw is agreed. I mean, here, a draw is normal, not like, offering a draw after 8 moves. So, yeah, it's all gonna come down to the second game.
The good thing about No Armageddon, though, is that, so they keep playing, let's say, another draw. They just keep playing until someone wins, correct?
Indeed, yeah.
So, potentially we could be here,
for a while.
A long, long, long time. Chat, just to let y'all know, if it's draw, shoot, we could be here another 5 hours, right? Make sure y'all took off work and stuff. Just making sure.
Indeed. Yeah, I doubt that is going to happen, but hey, you never know.
Yeah, you never know. 24-hour tie break. Come on now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right. There's going to be almost no break at all. Maybe they'll just start, in 2 minutes, at the 50-minute mark. So that's going to be in a little bit more than a minute. So yeah, let's see. But yeah, Duda sitting at the board while MVL gets up. Maybe he just wants to get some water. Maybe he just wants to relax for a
little
little bit.
stretch real quick. Maybe run a lap. Let me go run a lap real quick across the room.
Indeed, yeah.
Come back, get my heart rate up, and then let's go.
Yeah, and MVL is back at the board as well.
He's ready.
I guess we're just gonna start in a minute or so. So yeah, they're sitting at the board. MVL taking a sip of water.
See if we have no, we do not have it in live just yet. Did updates and events not there either.
Come on, Danny Ranch, give us the games. This is what we want to watch.
You know, MVL self-focused. You gotta love it though. You gotta love it though. He's the man. That man puts in work. They both do.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, we're just waiting for this game to start. It's not in live just yet. It probably is in events.
Oh, game's up. Game is starting, but we do not have it yet, chat. So we are gonna have to catch up. Wow, they're in the middle of it right now. They're playing right now.
Yeah.
Like the moves are on the board.
And there we go.
It's up. It's up. Okay.
It's finally up. Yeah, we have a Queen's Gambit accepted. There's a typical line. White has pretty much any move is possible. You can go Knight C3, B3, Rook E1. Play B3, you see trade on D4. But to be honest, I don't know what to think of this line from MVL. MVL always sticks to his guns in the Grunfeld. And I feel like he's probably not that familiar with these types of positions, which are generally a little bit worse for black. So
this
let's see
great.
how
This feel like I feel like I'm watching a Hikaru B3 game for some reason. That's what it feel like. There's some type of Larson system where like the bishop got the increasing pressure there, Knight C3. I would love for the bishop to be on D3 and the ops just aiming at him, you know, looking crazy. So it's I like White's position already from the jump here from Duda. So we'll see.
100%. And very often what White does here is go A4, chip away at the black pawn structure, but Rook C1 was chosen and Queen at D7. But imagine White plays a move like Bishop to F3. How are you going to develop? Because you cannot move your knight out here. So I don't quite like this approach by MVL. I think it looks quite pleasant for White. Goes Knight to F3.
You can't even go Knight
jump with the knight.
Right now.
Bishop D6 chosen by MVL. Now if Black gets to develop here, once again, Knight C6 probably his next move. He is now controlling the E5 square. But still, White is often pressing for a small advantage here. But MVL playing very, very fast. Still over 3 minutes while Duda is down to 2. We hope that those clock times are correct. But indeed, it does seem from the camera that Duda is in the tank here. That is definitely a good sign for MVL.
I'm liking Bishop D3 here or Queen C2. It's maybe starting trying to aim at him.
Yeah.
Maybe. Because that, I mean, it feels like I'm a moment's notice away. I was calculating Knight takes B5. I was definitely looking at it that way. But of course, this doesn't work. But man, Knight takes B5, Bishop takes F6. I mean, you're a moment's notice away from eliminating the ops from that side of the board.
And indeed, your move Bishop D3 is on the board by Duda.
There it is.
Indeed, I guess he just wants to move the queen and then bring in the other rook. I like that idea. Maybe just Knight C6 by MVL, unless he goes Rook D8 first, as you can tell by the camera. What is Duda gonna do?
Okay, Knight G5? Okay, hold on, big fella. I smell some tactics here. And I know you, of course, Mr. Tactics over here, Bob. Knight G5, my idea is Knight takes B5.
Queen E2 by Duda on the board. But there are some tactics actually with the move E5. If the knight moves, there's E4. Wait, E5! E5 is a move.
Oh, is he just losing it? But doesn't he have Knight F5?
But Knight F5, E4 still? With a double attack?
G7?
But does that work? I mean,
I don't know. I have no idea if this works or not.
Nah, it doesn't work. Then E5 by MVL on the board.
It's on the board.
Duda playing Bishop F5, hitting the queen. 5 Bishop F5 is on the board.
About to get crazy. Here we go.
It's about to get updated. Yeah.
Bishop F5. So he moves this so he doesn't get 4.
Queen E7 I'd expect by MVL. He does seem to play the move. And Knight is C2 by Duda. But this could easily get passive. Like you can push back the bishop and then maybe grab space in the center.
Exactly.
Looks like good position for MVL. He goes G6.
Wrong for Duda here.
Bishop drops back to H3. And I think he just went Knight at D7 to complete development.
And look at that. And he's back in the game.
Rook D1. Yep. MVL reaching for the knight. He goes Knight at E4. Definitely looking pleasant here. But wait, does this drop a pawn after Bishop takes D7 and Knight E5? Wait.
I think it does actually. Look at that.
But Duda just
he just missed it.
Yeah,
Just missed the
both
tactic. Simple
both
tactic.
sides missed it.
Yeah. Both sides
G3
missed
by
the Z3.
Duda,
Defending. It's just
playing to
hard
draw
to
back the
actually
bishop.
like. Oh, this wins a pawn. It's a weird way. It's just
Yeah,
strange. Usually.
indeed. And MVL also up a minute on the clock. He has moved already. Knight to f6. Nice move, activating the other knight. This knight is off. So he
Dang,
went
this
knight
is an
to
ugly
e1.
position now. Oh, he went 91. He did.
Yeah. So
Oh,
knight coming
91's
back
nice
to
to go
d3.
D3. Yeah.
Indeed, MVL looking for a move here. Let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, I feel
After
like he
bishop
let
takes
Duda
knight,
off
can
the
rook
hook
retake to
here.
keep the pawn. So Quasnar was talking about your bishop takes D7. He was saying, why can't rook takes D7 and just keep the pawn?
But still
I
knight
mean,
takes still knight takes e5. Yeah.
right.
Anyway,
Knight
there's
takes
no
E5.
time to go over that. Moves are flying in. MVL
Right.
thinking here. Duda catching up on the clock. Still MVL's up half a minute. It would be good for him if he could try to keep that time advantage, but he realizes that this is a critical moment in the game. How is he going to proceed from here? He goes bishop to c8. Weird looking move.
Very
Bishop
strange,
g2 now.
actually.
White gets
Yeah.
control over the diagonal.
Right.
I don't
Maybe
like that
he just
move at
goes back
all.
to B7, but then I get a tempo
Yeah.
out of that for nothing,
Right,
really.
but why would you give away tempo? Like, the bishop was developed here.
Right.
Very strange move. And indeed, Duda
Undeveloped.
goes bishop to g2.
And I'm chilling. You go back to B7.
Yeah.
Thanks. Like, thanks, bro.
Yeah,
Thank you,
white just gains
DL.
2 moves. And then the knight comes out of d3. And indeed, he goes bishop b7 back.
Yeah.
Very weird decision. Knight at d3
Knight
now looks very
D3, and I'm
natural.
chilling. This is what I wanted to do. Like, thank you. But are there tactics involved with like knight takes G3, E4? I don't think so.
Indeed.
But
Knight at
the
d3
knight D3 is
on the
there,
board.
but you know,
Well,
I don't
it
think there's
is-
any tactics. Knight takes G3.
Oh,
and
he goes for
E4.
it. It is a move, but
Oh, he
you
goes
just
for it. He does.
the material will be even, and the question is who will favor this trade. E4 on the board by MVL. Well, how is Duda gonna address this? This diagonal also opens up for the bishop. That could be tricky later on. If he somehow gets the queen on the
This is
same line, then
dangerous.
there could be checkmating ideas.
I
Let's see where he's
glanced at
gonna
it,
go
and
with
I
the
was like,
knight.
oh, this looks like something, but will he actually do it? It's there on the board, and
Duda takes an
Dude ain't got no
f6.
time.
Weird
Look at his
decision.
time.
All right. Okay. Queen takes f6 for MVL. By the way, Duda down to 22 seconds. MVL still has a minute. We saw knight at d4, a trade on d3. It looks approximately even though, but the time could be a factor. Okay, trades on g2. Duda's gonna recapture. Should be around even.
Yeah, he should be fine, even with 20 seconds.
Yeah. It does look a little bit more pleasant for Duda though, with the knight jumping around. I mean, the bishop doesn't really have anything to attack, so
Exactly.
it looks
That's
approximately
what-
even. But once again,
Right.
the time.
20 seconds, though. It's not
Yeah.
that hard. I mean, black
rook-
is slightly better. Maybe just rook C3. I'm on
Rook
dark,
c8
though.
by MVL. Duda
D1
dropped the
better.
rook back to d1. MVL played bishop to e5, it looks like, hitting the knight. Knight to f3 to back it up. All right, let's see what MVL trades on c1. Duda recaptures. And what is he going to do? He goes bishop to c3. All right, nice move. Maybe he wants to anchor it in with b4.
Nice.
Duda
Cut off the
played,
board.
I can't tell, a4. We saw a trade. But the pawn on
Like
a4
b4?
could be weak. Although pawn on e5 can also be weak. I think approximately even. Rook to d1. And
Rook
a
B8,
draw agreed.
straights. Another draw.
Yeah, so we will see another blitz game.
Another one,
again,
guys.
Yep.
Let's go. Somebody
They
got to
will
win.
just, indeed, they'll just keep going until somebody wins a game. So yeah, but yeah, once again, I don't agree with these draw offers. I feel like it should be played out until the very end, even though this one looks approximately even.
No, that's right. That's true. Yeah, I mean, it's exactly. It should be played out. And blitz, at least just blitz.
Yeah,
It should be played out to the end.
I mean, just go like king g1, king g2, and the other guy also repeats,
Literally.
and you make a draw. But don't.
I mean, what
feel
do you
like-
do in blitz games online, right? Like you play them out. You know, you see Hikaru do it all the time. You drag it out, play the game out to the finish, and then even the dirty flags are wins. You know, so
Yeah.
it's blitz chess.
Indeed, 100%. They will start again very, very shortly. So we'll just have to wait for that. I'm going to take a very, very short break, but James, keep talking to the chat. I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah, we hear chat. So we're just chilling. We're just waiting. Shout out to Maria. That's right. Shout out to Maria for helping out with that. So we're going to get some more colors. Oh, look at them. Yeah, they're back at the board. They are back at the board. Cool. Hopefully the game's up. We'll have it up in a minute. Wow. Wow, they have to be concerned. Yeah, that's right, though, Rev. You have a point. Thanks, buddy. Foamy, what's good? Good to see ya. Why ads? Hikaru talks about that all the time. Well, you know what? Speaking of time, you can use your Prime and you'll be good. Use your Prime and you won't have to use any of that. Big shout out to Ben and Canty. There he is in the chat, the big fella. Hikaru in the chat right there. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, use your Prime though. Like if you don't have Twitch Prime, use it right now. Take it out of the $5 out of Bezos' pocket and put it into the hardworking streamers. Right. There we go. There's a Prime. Google Blitz. There it is. So we waiting. They about to get ready. Here's Bot. There he is.
All right,
Yeah,
you
they're about
guys.
to get ready in a minute. They'll be up.
Yeah,
in like
let's see if the game is already up and live. Yeah, there it is. So, Duda starting with the white pieces. I don't quite understand why. I thought the player with a higher rating would start with white. So, guys, this could be it. If either player wins this game, they win the championship. And if it's a draw, they'll play another one. So, different than Armageddon.
And another Roy, too, by the way.
Yeah. But definitely, you know, an advantage here for MVL, having white here. Well, let's see. There should be 3. And we have the same line. But MVL repeats this. I wasn't too convinced, to be honest. But maybe he feels like he had a small advantage. But let's see. 5 on the board. C3, bishop takes. C3. We see the exact same line.
Yeah,
so MVL did feel like he had a slight advantage.
Right, especially when you go down that line. He's like, all right, let's try this again. No, I like this. Let's mix it up. Let's do this time.
Yeah.
So different. He went D4 the last time.
Oh,
Different.
Wait, apparently we're getting word that they'll play a pair of 2 more Blitz games and then an Armageddon?
Oh.
I have no idea what's happening here. This could be the last game or not. I have no idea. Let me see if I can.
So maybe this is 2 more Blitz games.
Yeah.
We will see.
We will find out shortly what's going to happen. Let me just see if I can pull the regulation somewhere.
Yeah,
but yeah, this game is in full swing.
I feel like, is he still thinking?
It's looking slightly better for MVL, but can he win this one? That's the big question.
Oh, wow. Whoa, it's getting spicy. He played D4. That does work. Beautiful. Take on F3, take on C5. F3's hanging. Strange. What is going on?
It's very weird. It says that, you know, two games will be decided. 2 games will be played to decide the champion. And if the score is still even, then there will be 1 game with a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment per move. And the top players in the rankings as per... Aha. Okay, wait, so Duda had the better tiebreak. So that's why... No, wait, MVL had the better tiebreak. That's why he's playing with white. But indeed, it's just going to be 1 game. And whoever wins this game is world champion, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if it's a draw, then
they play again.
Another one. They play again.
So they'll just keep going like this. But yeah, MVL definitely has the okay, wait, this is looking very pleasant for MVL. But can he win this one? Can he create
Bishop versus knight? Yeah.
Can he solve unsolvable problems here for Duda? Let's see. So A4 on the board. How should he improve the position
B4 here?
B4 is a nice move. Some of you might think en passant is forced, but that will hang the rook on A7. But the knight will move back to D7, and then maybe
and then rook A3.
Right, but the knight on B6 will hold the pawn on A4 quite effectively.
Oh yeah, that's annoying.
So maybe what white should do is go first rook A3, rook A1, and then B4. He goes queen E3 instead, as we see on the live camera.
With B4, oh my goodness, B4 now is nasty.
Oh, queen F6,
Gross.
B4 indeed. If you take with the pawn, you hang your rook. And if you move your knight, you hang the rook as well.
Get that
So
man
that's
with
why
a
queen
move.
B8 was played to defend the rook, and bishop C6. This is definitely looking very, very pleasant for MVL. Also up a minute on the clock. I think this is MVL's game to win. Can he win this one and become World Blitz champion? Queen B6 by Duda.
Oh, that was nice.
Good move.
On B6. Very nice.
Indeed.
Queen on B6.
How should
Maybe King
MVL improve the
H1.
position? He's reaching for the rook. He moves it to D1.
Okay, with D1.
I like that
Wonder
move.
what
I
that's
guess he wants to
about.
break in the center with E5.
Yeah, I like it. Breaking the center.
Yeah.
I was trying to actually push these king side pawns as well to get some type of attack here, but
Yeah.
E5 seems just better right now, and it's not necessary, and I could go King H1 at any moment.
Indeed, yeah. So,
We
and
could do
Duda
that
has
under a
no
minute, too.
plan.
About to be, sorry.
Indeed, he would like to go rook E8, but that square is covered by the bishop. And once again, after rook B8, I expect E5 from MVL. Then he starts a huge attack in the center of the board. So if you go F6, probably white just goes F4 and prepares E5 anyway. So, and once again, look at this rook on A7. It's completely blocked in. It's just out of the game.
Oh, that's
You
a rook
cannot
over
go
there?
here,
I forgot that was there. I forgot
Yeah,
it was there.
it's just a spectator.
Oh, shoot. I forgot that was a rook.
Yeah. So I think this is definitely looking very, very good for MVL. He's getting very, very close to becoming World Blitz champion. And Duda, I don't think Duda has moved yet. He seems to be in the tank. And the time has frozen, but he's probably under a minute already. So looking very, very tough for the Polish Grandmaster. He goes rook to B8.
By the way, he got 20 seconds left.
E5 by
Right.
MVL, striking in the center.
Played, and I mean, no time for
Indeed.
Duda here. Duda looks like he's gonna go down due to the time.
Indeed, he goes knight to e6, but MVL can just pick up a pawn. He can take on b6 and then take on d6, and that indeed is what he does. He takes on b6, rook takes b6 by Duda. Just take on d6 now, and he's up a pawn. With all the chance in the world to win. He takes on d6, Duda recaptures, rook takes d6, and a3.
Duda's somehow missing a rook.
Activating the
A rook
rooks.
disappeared.
Rook disappeared, but just imagine a rook here on b6. Just use your imagination.
All right. Use your imagination.
Looking
Right,
very, very
finger
tough
there.
for
Put your finger there
Duda.
so you remember.
G3, nice move by MVL, creating some loft for the king. Duda
Secret.
does the same thing. He goes G6. This is, by the way, what happened.
Use your finger there, guys.
And just imagine a rook here on b6. He played rook d7.
Visualization training. Yeah, we're not
Board
getting
is not
an
updating.
update there.
Rook b8. Just imagine rook is now here. I have
Rook
no
E or D1. Rook somewhere.
This rook is
D1.
here, and come on.
Oh, we got an update, and somehow I don't know
No.
where that. Hope y'all kept your finger on the rook, so I don't know where it is now. I have no idea
But
where the rook
definitely
is.
looking extremely tough for Duda.
Where is the rook?
I think the rook is on the... Wait, let me see if Events has it. No.
No, oh, Events ain't got it. Oh,
No.
let me see. Nope, they don't have it either.
It
Missing the whole rook.
crashed. I can...
Missed the
I
whole
think,
rook, boy.
I think I know what the position is
What
approximately.
kind of chess is they playing today? Missing the rook.
Okay, this is the
There
position.
it
Yeah,
is.
MVL
It's
is
back.
completely dominating here. Black has no moves. White has the extra B pawn. He moves. He was reaching for the rook, probably considering rook to C7. But then there's rook takes B5, maybe? B6.
Okay, NBL's move here. Cool. So we're loaded up. Bishop C4.
Bishop
Take,
C4
take.
on the board. Yeah, going for the trade.
Yeah,
See
you just
trade on
take,
D7.
B8 hanging.
King
And,
F6.
okay, or D8, sorry. And
Maybe
now
D6.
what? F4, maybe just lock him out. Oh, you said
He goes
B6. That's a nice
B6.
move. I like that, yeah.
Maybe
Can't
knight
move
E6,
nothing.
but then B7. This one's looking winning for MVL. If he manages to push the... Okay, knight E6 on the board by Duda. B7 now played.
D7, knight D8,
If you
bishop
go knight
A6, king
C5,
E6.
you take here. He played
Oh, you
G5.
put bishop D5. G5, okay. F4.
He trades on E6. So
no.
MVL feels like this endgame is winning. Is it though? Rook C7 and H5 by Duda on the board. King F3 by MVL stepping the king up. Now the king is always stuck to defend this pawn. F5 and H4, very nice move. Creating
yeah, carving a
weaknesses
square.
here. And Duda
Carving
looking to
the
the side. He
G5.
knows his one is over. Rook H7 on the board. He
Yeah.
trades on H4. MVL recaptures. King to E5. But this should be a Zugzwang soon. King E3.
It's a Zug master. Very nice.
Rook to D8, but now you can take on H5. Just take the pawn on H5. That's another pawn. The rook can always move back.
Speak. Did he take
There
it?
we go. Rook takes
Yeah, he
H5,
took it.
and Duda shaking his head. He knows his one is lost, and he resigns.
Oh, he
MVL
resigns, get him off the
becomes
board.
World Blitz Champion
MVL.
2021.
Wow. Call me
Damn.
3 letters. Call
That
me
was
3 letters.
insane.
Sheesh.
Absolutely insane.
That's
that
crazy.
last round and now the tiebreaker. But MVL played extremely well in this last game to become World Blitz Chess Champion.
Unbelievable.
Extremely strong chess
I
here by
mean,
MVL.
like, very impressive. Very impressive.
Indeed. And I did not see that happening. He was in trouble in the last round against Magnus, but he pulled off the win there and got into the tiebreak and pulled through.
MVL is the
MVL and a
champ.
fist bump there by Leonard Otis.
Hikaru,
Yep.
the French man.
Yeah. So indeed, the two winners of this tournament are Nodirbek Abdusatrov and MVL, Maxime Vachelograph from France. They take the World Rapid and World Blitz Chess titles.
Amazing chess, and nothing short of it. That was great. That was amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, I didn't see that coming at all from MVL. I think he was always behind.
Yeah.
But really, that win against Levan opened up the tournament for him. But yeah, huge congrats to the Frenchman who becomes World Blitz Chess Champion.
And
So
what's that payday look like for him?
I think prizes are shared, but that it's gonna be probably like 50 grand for MVL, Duda, and Ferrugia. Not bad.
50K. Insane. Right.
Yeah.
That's a very expensive game.
Alright, guys. We will be wrapping up here, but thank you all so much for watching these past 5 days. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you. Canty, thank you so much for being my co-host. It was an absolute pleasure. And also big shout out to the mods who've worked so hard to make everything more pleasant for everyone. We will be calling it a day. Canty, any last words?
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure chat. Love all of you. Great games. Great love, great energy, right? It was just awesome, right? So
Yeah,
it was
no,
awesome.
for sure.
Make sure you guys are on our streams. Me and Bach, we will be streaming as well. Thanks, mods. There you go, mods doing their job. They're awesome. Chat, you did your job. That was awesome. I was so hyped, and it was an honor being here with y'all as usual, man. We just kicking it as usual. Keep it moving.
All right, yeah,
Good stuff.
and once again, make sure to follow Maria on her channel. Just open up another tab, type in twitch.tv/photochess, hit that follow button. Also, make sure to follow Canty on his Twitch channel /GMCanty, and you know what? Make sure to thank me.
Yeah,
On
Big Bach.
GMHikaru. But also, we want to thank Polymarket for their generous sponsorship. Type in !Polymarket and their markets in chess and other markets such as politics. They had some bets on this championship as well. So make sure to check them out. So yeah, guys, it's been an absolute blast, and we could not have done it without you guys. Once again, very, very unfortunate that how things turned out for Hikaru. I feel like, yeah, if this would not have happened, he had a good chance to win it. But that's going to be a wrap, you guys. Thank you all so much for all the love and support, and we will see you again in the future. See you guys.